operations, their business and the infrastructure and the environment. If you want to diversify risks and opportunity, making your investment more solid and robust.
That's a really interesting point, Ms. Nakajima. Audrey and Siva, have you noticed that on your travels and your experiences, that you have investments in a lot of these countries, that you do notice that in Asia Pacific there is a big gap between countries such as Vietnam versus Japan, or even India versus Vietnam, and China and Taiwan, of course? I mean, can we just broaden it out and talk a little bit more about the other countries as well?
There is no question on the point that Nakajima-san is making. In my prior life, we were trying to locate a factory around the world. We looked at first world, second world, third world countries, government incentives, where we can do plenty of water availability. But in the end, talent and infrastructure make a difference. Talent and infrastructure, you end up drifting back to where you have been there. So that process is not going to be instantaneous. You can't just come and say, tomorrow, let me build a battery plant or let me build a semiconductor plant in a Vietnam or India overnight. It is going to be a gradual process. You are going to go start with the peripheral industries and start to work yourself up. And that process is happening. For example, as we were saying, Audrey was talking about, Lam Research has had a presence in India for over 25 years. But still, we don't have a large fab in India yet. Same goes for Vietnam. In Malaysia and in Thailand, we have had assembly and test facilities now for over 50 years.
Right.
But you don't put major fabs there. We go back to put the fab in Japan. Right. You go back to put the fab in Ireland, or you put the fab in the United States. And that is still very true. Talent and infrastructure, stability of the government make a big difference.
Audrey, I'd love to get your take, just kind of looking ahead and sort of forecasting as what you see are some of the most significant trends and opportunities that's going to shape the global landscape, moving forward.
Yeah. So definitely AI. I mean, there is no doubt, right, that it's already having a huge impact on society as a whole. And that is only, right, we're at the start of the AI era, the AI inflection, and that's going to continue. But also, along kind of the same lines, which I think, and Siva has touched on a lot, is this kind of smart mobility, autonomy, digitalization, automation, right? And I think, again, to realize some of the benefits that we're talking about, we're going to need to lean in to those technologies as well. One of the roles I have, in addition to the strategy role, is I lead Lam Capital, which is our venture fund. And what we're doing there is really, again, kind of focusing on accelerating the semi-ecosystem by looking for technologies, disruptive approaches in startup companies. And you've heard here, right, like across the panel as well, how the startup ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, is seen globally as really a way to kind of like jumpstart some of these learnings, right? Like have that kind of like disruptive, not iterative step forward. And I think, again, that's a trend that's really kind of coming to the fore. For example, a couple of years ago, we invested in a Singaporean company, Silicon Box, notably one of the first companies in the world to have a vision for panel-level chiplet packaging, which, again, could be very important in an AI kind of driven world. So I think it's really about how do we bring all these kind of things together, open up the innovation ecosystem, support, right, these kind of like emerging trends, these emerging technologies, and have that work together. And then maybe one step kind of like down the line from like the startup thing is circling back to automation. This is also really important back to how can we accelerate the vision? Because workforce is a challenge. Talent is a challenge. You've heard it. So automation is going to be a really important element there. And today, Lam just announced the first collaborative robot for maintenance in the semiconductor industry, Dextro, already deployed in a number of advanced fabs worldwide. And that's exactly kind of the vision there, is you can take these technologies, they can perform repetitive but complicated tasks, do it right, and then accelerate progress where basically you're kind of addressing cost issues, you're addressing workforce issues, and again, just kind of like driving towards making innovation easier, basically.
And congratulations on your announcement.
Yeah,
So we're running out of time. In 30 seconds, can you tell me what you see as future trends? Anything you agree or disagree with?
The AI gold rush is going to be serviced by a lot of people that supply the picks and the pans and the hardware. So the AI is going to be on the front end where it interacts with the humans is going to be hardware driven. So the infrastructural pieces, semiconductors, robotics, batteries, these kinds of industries are going to be the foundations on which the big, what you see outside, the AI revolution happening, is going to be built on the back of these foundational industries. And countries like Japan still hold much of the infrastructure and knowledge that we need to then take it and proliferate.
Fantastic. And on that note, Ishiguro-san, what would be your closing remarks to the audience today?
Yeah. So I would like to thank Dr. Sivaram of the Quantum Space and Miss Audrey Charles of the Lam Research for their insightful comments about the outlook for business. So Shiba-san talked about the importance of the cooperation between government and private sector, and also the Audrey talked about the importance of the technology. And so one of the background of them is many countries would like to make the supply chain resilient. And because due to factors such as geopolitical turmoil and escalating tension between superpowers and nationalism, global trade and investment have been fragmenting. So that's why we have to make a strong supply chain among the likely-minded country. And so that's why its attractive aspects of Japan, its stability, safety, and technological strengths have gained renewed appreciation. So inward foreign direct investment stock in Japan increased by 9.3% last year, as Nakajima-san mentioned. So one factor contributing to the growth of FDI is the semiconductor industry. Thanks to the strong support from the Japanese government, cutting-edge chip factories and R&D centers being established throughout Japan, create new semiconductor ecosystems. So I would like to wrap up my message by saying, invest in Japan and talk to JETRO first.
It's a great way to wrap up. Thank you so much, Ishiguro-san, and of course all the rest of our panelists. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much to JETRO and the panel. We have just a couple more sessions before we break for lunch. Shortly, our White House correspondent, Jeff Mason, who you heard from this morning, will be returning. But before then, we have another financial session. So I would like to welcome the Izumi Kobayashi, the Director for Mizuho Financial, Omron, and ANA. And this interview is being hosted by my colleague, Reuters Financial Industry and Financial Markets Editor, Paratosh Bansal.
Hi, everyone. Izumi-san's presence here today, I think, is a real treat. She flew in from Japan last night to be here with us because I think she felt it was really important for us to hear how corporate Japan's thinking about some of the recent events in the world, including the US elections and other sort of geopolitical issues. So let me dive straight into it. Welcome to New York and to Reuters Events. Is a second Trump presidency good or bad for Japan?
From so far that the Japanese company, Japanese people, the base of our business to build a business strategy under the new Trump administration, the base is something unexpected. So we can't make any kind of story right now. So be ready for something, the unexpected things happens.
So take us inside the room a little bit. Like you're on 3 major boards of 3 major corporates in Japan. What's been the most memorable conversation in the last few days on those board meetings after the elections?
The financial institutions, basically that's how the U.S. market will be, and also the tariff of the strategy which Trump may introduce, that may affect to the China, and China's the economy reflects to the majority of the Japanese business. That is the one. And also the airlines business is not that much. We have a discussion about it. And also that the manufacturers, yes, that's something similar, that what the Trump administration will take action to China, and that how that may affect to China.
So let's talk about tariffs then, because in my conversations with officials and executives abroad, that seems to be one of the key questions. Do you think when we hear 60% tariffs on China, is that an open negotiating position, or do you think that's where we'll actually end up?
I think that so far that the percentage of the increased percentage is focused, but think about that. If there is any particular industry which the U.S. company is not competitive and unable to manufacture in here, there is no necessity to increase the tariff. So we have to be careful that to identify which particular industry or the goods may affect the new, the tariff. So I think that it's not necessary to afraid too much, but clearly identify, and if that particular, if any particular the goods are exported to U.S., we have to take early action, like a car, especially that some Japanese companies have the manufacturing in Mexico. So those companies started to take actions. But I think that we should not overreact, I believe.
So, but what's some of the scenario planning that you're doing? If you look at a company like Omron, for example, which is among the boards that you're on, is more manufacturer focused, has fairly big operations in China. How do they kind of plan for this? If it's 20%, 30% in the end on China, how do you change your supply chains? Well, what's some of the steps they're taking?
Yeah, I think that there are I believe 3 things need to be done. One is that to see the overall the portfolio of the business and to make the good balance of the China, not to rely on too much China. And the second, that if the manufacturing site is too much in China, it may affect to the export to U.S. So I think that to split the manufacturing site, not only China main, but to other Southeast Asian countries.
So that movement is already happening.
Yeah.
Are you accelerating it? Is this?
I think that many of the Japanese companies has already started. Well, not this particular administration, but from the previous administration time.
And just sort of sticking to China for a second, like the other issue there is there has been tensions between U.S. and China. There's sort of worries about sanctions at some point if things were to get worse. How are Japanese companies trying to figure that out?
I think that the one thing that the Japanese company considering is that even though there could be the sanction coming up and its effect to the business in China, but Chinese market, considering the size of the Chinese market, it is difficult to give up the Chinese market, withdraw from Chinese market, and also many of the company has already did a lot of investment to China, so we cannot throw away. So the one thing we can think about is how we can separate the Chinese business only inside in China. So manufacture in China and sell in China. And probably spec of those goods are more Chinese, based on Chinese demand.
I see. So is that something that Omron's doing as well as other sort of companies across corporate Japan?
We are not particularly take action at this time because Omron is so far not affected directly to the sanction things. But on the other hand, we are considering that if we have to take actions, we'll be ready to do so.
I see.
But the challenge is that once we separate or isolate Chinese business, how we can manage the Chinese business. So in terms of the culture or the business efficiency.
So how do you manage that?
That's we've been discussing right now. So how to train the people.
So there's more training happening in management?
Training and also the management mechanism that.
I see. Now, we had written a story about a year ago that the Japanese financial regulator had asked all the banks in Japan to prepare or do scenario planning for China-US tensions getting worse on some kind of sanctions. Has that planning happened?
I think that it depends on how much exposure that each bank has.
And so what, can you sort of speak a little bit more about like what sort of things you have to think about?
First of all, that the human resource, the risk, because it's not necessarily for the financial industry, but some of the Japanese companies, the employee has been arrested. So that kind of security of the employee, especially the expat, and also that the financing in China, that is another thing. And also that the overall, how much is the portfolio, the size of the income from Chinese market.
And so these are like active conversations now, right? Do you sort of see them accelerating? Is there like is there a scenario where they start to being put into action at some point, or is it just right now scenario planning?
This kind of things we've been talking for years.
I see.
Yeah, because always that the sanctions, regardless the Trump administration or not, though it's always talking about sanctions.
Got it. All right, let me move to a different topic that's been kind of out there, which is sort of just the rising protectionism in the world. Earlier this month, Trump reiterated his opposition to Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel. He said, and I quote, "I'm totally against the once great and powerful U.S. Steel being bought by a foreign company." How was that comment received by your peers in Japan?
I think that there are many kind of different the thought about it, but my personal opinion is there is two different things, angle we have to see. One is that the business strategy point of view, and the other one is the political strategy. And business strategy-wise, considering that the steel market, the Chinese companies has a majority shares, and I think that they have a lot of capacity, overcapacity. So they export to all over the world the steel, and the steel price dropped. And to compete with Chinese, the steel companies, steel industry, I think that the others need to be more cooperative. And regardless, this time that the Nippon Steel has the intention to purchase U.S. Steel, because the U.S. Steel, it could be vice versa, but U.S. Steel at this moment, financially, it's impossible, and they have to do more investment, new investment, but they can't do. So I think that Nippon Steel wants to expand their capacity. So they target U.S. Steel. So from the business point of view, probably this is efficient because the U.S. Steel point of view, they can have new investment and to improve the manufacturing capacity, especially that under the environmental issues, the steel industry needs to develop the new technologies. So I think that's important. That is efficient. But politically, yes, the steel industry is a key industry in each country. So political point of view, especially to general public, losing the ownership of the key company in own country is the serious issues. But if the politicians think about that, why the state or the country, government, did not support the steel industry earlier to not to be face current situation?
So, but like if you are like thinking and speaking as, Mizuho itself, like you're the chair of Mizuho bought Green Hill here, there's other deals that you're looking at. If you're sitting in corporate Japan and you see that kind of happen, what does that mean? Like, are there now sectors that you will not touch? Are there is there a blacklist and a whitelist almost being created? Like, how are you thinking, or how is corporate Japan more broadly thinking about acquisitions, especially as you search for growth in a market like the US?
Of course, I think that from the national point of view, for example, what happened in Toshiba, from a Japanese point of view, it is not the happy things, but think about from the business person, regardless that the Japanese or Americans or whatever. I think that there is some efficiency what happened. So it's difficult to switch the brain from which angle we see the matters.
Okay, so let me turn the lens around then. So we talk about 7&I, which is seeing a bid from Co-Start, and there's general resistance to it. Now, if you're looking at it from the outside, should the world see that as a sign of Japan being insular and being suspicious of foreign companies buying a national treasure like 7-Eleven, which I know it plays a really important role in society there?
The 7-Eleven, I'm a frequent user of the 7-Eleven because it's 3 minutes walk from my house. So, but the 7-Eleven, first of all, I still do not understand which part of the 7&I the Kristalina interested in. If it's a U.S. business, I understand. But in Japan, not only 7-Eleven, but many of the convenience stores, not only it is not only the grocery store. It's provide the banking services, the delivery counter for individual or the small businesses, and also they provide the government. They take some government services as well. So it's a private company, but it means it takes a part of the public service as well. So public service, if the private company purchases public service, it's not easy to withdraw from the business. And I wonder that how they can keep making money constantly, especially it's a franchise. So I am not sure that how much Kristalina examined that kind of detail of the business and how they can commit to keep providing those services for long term. In terms of the clients of 7-Eleven, I really worry about it because I love those menus they provide time to time. It's very attractive. So if the foreign company purchases 7-Eleven, they still keep the similar the dishes every day, every week they change, every month every change. So I wonder.
But I have to tell you the story. I was in Japan in the summer with my 9-year-old, and we were like jet lagged 3 a.m, and I had a hangry terrorist on my hands, and if it hadn't been a 7-Eleven, we would have been in trouble. Does that qualify it to become a national security issue, though? Because it has been put on the national security list.
Yeah, national security, yes. In case of the natural disaster, 7-Eleven probably takes the major action to support the community. So it's a national treasure. But even though the foreigner holds the company, if they keep the the asset as it is or improves the services, that's fine. But I want to make sure that the owner of the 7&I, including the even family, founder's family, is also shows the intention to purchase the company. As far as they keep the quality of services, I'm fine, whoever hold it.
Okay, one last question. I think we're just coming up to time. So I know you have a friend who's on the special committee of the 7&I board, which is evaluating the push-start deal. What's your advice to her?
I want to advise her that she's a committee, probably, I guess, she's a committee member of to review this MBO or M&A. I think that to discuss about the value of the who should be the buyer, I think that not only shareholders benefit, but also she or the committee has the different standpoint, like a client's point of view, employee point of view, and also the franchise, the owner's point of view, and to make the decisions.
And to make sure that the menu is refreshed.
Yes, that's very important.
All right. I think we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was significantly more discussion about 7-Eleven as a national treasure and hangry 9-year-olds than I was expecting from that conversation. For our last session before lunch, I would like to welcome back my colleague Jeff Mason, our White House correspondent, and he will be doing a virtual interview with John Feiner, the US Principal Deputy National Security Advisor. Jeff, please come on up.
Hi, everyone. And John, thank you very much for joining us at Reuters Next, especially at there's no doubt an extremely busy time for you right now.
That's true, but it's always busy, so I'm glad to be here with you.
Appreciate it. Let's jump right into the foreign policy story of the moment, Syria. Lots of events over the last few days. How do you get to a place, how does the world, how does the country get to a place where Syria is being governed by a legitimate governing authority?
It's the right question, Jeff, but I'd like to take at least a half step back and talk about not just how we go where you just suggested, which is very much our goal, but how we got to the point where we are right now. Because I think it's worth dwelling for a minute on what a moment of opportunity this is, first and foremost for the people of Syria, who have endured what is one of the planet's bloodiest conflicts for going on 13 years and several generations of tyrannical rule by one family, the Assad family, before that. They have thrown off that governance. They have ended that civil war with Assad, and they now have the opportunity for the first time in decades to determine their own future. That did not come about completely out of nowhere. In fact, I think one of the key factors that's probably gotten insufficient attention is the fact that the two countries that have been propping up Syria and the Assad regime for much of that period, Iran and Russia, have been put on the back foot by events the last year. Russia, because of the grinding conflict in Ukraine, where Ukraine, backed by the United States and many of our allies, has made Russia pay a very heavy price for the war of aggression that they launched. And Iran, which made a historic mistake in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel, and tried to launch a multi-front conflict with its proxies in the Middle East, only to see its two main proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, badly damaged, and its own attempts to threaten and attack Israel thwarted again with the help of the United States. So those two key allies of Assad were unable to come to his aid in his time of greatest need, and that resulted in no small part by the work of the United States and our partners. So where do we go from here? Because that is the big question.
Yes.
In addition to this being a significant moment of opportunity, there's risk associated with it. Some of these groups that are now taking responsibility over the future of Syria have their own checkered history, as you well know, a history replete with ties to terrorism, with human rights abuses. And so we are paying very close attention, not just to the past and not just to what those groups are saying now, some of which we have seen reported, and it's quite constructive. But what they actually do going forward, and whether they actually are committed to bringing about the sort of credible, inclusive governance for Syria that its people deserve.
And is the U.S. in direct talks right now with those groups, specifically HTS? Are you speaking to them, and if so, who's doing that, and what are you hearing?
So we've been clear about the fact that we are able to convey and receive messages to a broad range of groups that are operating as part of the Syrian opposition. If and when we have more to speak about direct conversations with particular groups, we will be sure and let you know. But for now, I'd like to leave it at that. This is still very early days, and we are still working through exactly how we will be engaging these groups that, again, have just recently started to take on responsibility to try to govern Syrian territory.
Let me follow up on that. At least one of those groups, the one that I just mentioned, is on the U.S. terrorist list. Is that something that the United States is open to changing?
I guess what I'd say about that is there has been no formal change in any policies related to any of these groups, including the one that you just referenced. And that's for the very simple reason that I mentioned earlier. Those designations are not made based on what groups say or what they say their intentions are or they intend to do. It's about actions. And so we will be watching very closely again to see how these groups actually try to go about the very difficult business of governing Syria in a better way fundamentally than it has been governed for quite some time. And so the decisions are better left until we have a bit more information about what exactly they're going to do. But
would it help U.S. leverage in the region if you said this is on the table, this is something we would consider lifting?
Look, I mean, I won't speculate about what does or doesn't give us more leverage. Frankly, these are decisions that have to be based on facts. And right now, we are only a couple days into this experience. As I said, these groups history that led to these designations that were very well and very much justified. And we will see how they operate going forward and make decisions accordingly for the rest of this administration.
The U.S. has a presence in Syria, roughly 900 troops, I believe. How committed is the U.S. government right now to keeping those troops there? And is that also a piece of leverage that you may or may not offer to the incoming government?
So those troops are there for a very specific and important reason, not as some sort of bargaining chip. They're there, have been there now for the better part of a decade or more to fight ISIS, a terrorist group that threatened not just the United States, but many of our partners and allies all around the world, including in Europe and in the region. In fact, just a couple of days ago, to prevent ISIS from thinking it could seize any sort of advantage or opportunity based on some perceived vacuum after Assad fell, the United States took a set of strikes against ISIS that we announced to send the signal and to enforce the reality that ISIS is not going to be under less pressure because of the circumstances that have emerged in recent days. So we are still committed to that mission, which we think is fundamentally tied to our interests in keeping our people and our partners safe.
U.S. troops are staying.
Yes.
The Israeli government also has troops in Syria right now. Are you concerned about their incursion?
So the Israeli government has set up what they have described as a sort of temporary buffer along their border along the Golan Heights. I'll let you ask them if you get the opportunity to speak to what their goals and their intentions are. But what we've been told by them and what they've said publicly is that this is a temporary measure based on the perception of potential threats along their border. Look, countries that are on the border of Syria are understandably concerned and uncertain about where this is all headed. I think there is broad agreement that this is both a moment of opportunity and a moment fraught with significant risk. And so I think countries are going to take their own interests into hand accordingly and do what they believe is necessary to prevent threats to their own people. I think that's what Israel is doing. That's what other countries in the region will do. For us, the United States, we are focused first and foremost on the security of our partners, the threat posed by ISIS, and working with the Syrian people, both to meet their humanitarian needs, but even more consequentially over time, to try to help shape the governance that emerges in a better direction going forward.
The incoming Trump administration will obviously inherit this issue. Are you coordinating at all with his team right now about Syria?
I'm not sure coordinating is the right word, but we are definitely in contact and conversation with members of the incoming team and keeping them apprised of developments and explaining our approach. I guess I'd leave it at that.
Okay. Captive American journalist Austin Tice, who's been in captivity in Syria for years now, is alive, according to his mother. Can you give us a sense of what the U.S. government knows about where he is? Is he still in Syria? Has he been moved to another country? And how do you go about getting him out?
So I do want to say an enormous priority for the president, and he spoke to this the other day when he made remarks on Syria, and frankly for all of us on his team, and I'll say on a personal level, I have known Austin Tice's family for almost 12 years. He's been in captivity now for more than 12 years, and met with them repeatedly during that time. What they have gone through is horrific, and something that I wish no one would ever have to go through. Obviously, first and foremost, what Austin must be going through in Syria. We are very focused on trying to ascertain more information about his whereabouts. We have increased the reward associated with information that could lead to us ultimately finding him and reuniting him with his family, which is a critical top priority goal for the president and for our entire team.
Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to circle back to what you said at the very beginning. You said you have ways of conveying messages to these groups, to HTS and others. How are you doing that?
So for now, probably best not describe that in an open public forum. The important thing is that we are able to convey when we have concerns, when we have particular issues that we want to address, including, by the way, when we want to convey a priority issue like locating the whereabouts of Austin, or like our concern about the possibility of ISIS trying to seek advantage in the current moment. The United States has significant interests in Syria. And we are going to be quite clear about those interests, both publicly and, when necessary, directly and privately to the various actors involved.
All right, you know who to call when you want to share more on that. Moving on to another topic, Ukraine. As we talked just a little bit about coordination or discussion anyway with the incoming Trump team, let me rephrase that. What concerns do you have about President-elect Trump's intention or desire to continue providing Ukraine with U.S. weapons?
So, look, I'm not going to play analyst of what the new administration is likely to do, or certainly not going to make predictions. I feel like that can be a fool's errand about issues like this, and so I'll leave it to that administration and the people who will serve in roles like mine to explain and articulate what they're ultimately going to do. Obviously, first and foremost, the incoming president. But what I will say is our goal, and we are acting on this every single day, is to leave Ukraine and therefore the incoming administration with the strongest possible hand to play in this conflict with Russia. We are surging military materiel to Ukraine every single day. There are significant deliveries that are arriving to enable them to strengthen their hand on the battlefield. We are announcing just today the transfer of $20 billion based on Russian assets that are in custody in places like the United States and the European Union that will be available via a World Bank mechanism to the Ukrainians to spend on their governing needs. All of this is intended to strengthen the Ukrainians' hand in as much, to the greatest extent we possibly can by the end of this administration. It will ultimately then be up to another administration and obviously the Ukrainians, most of all, to determine how they use that stronger hand, and I'll leave it to them to speak to their plans.
You mentioned that $20 billion. How much of that can or will go to weaponry?
So I'll leave it to the Ukrainians to speak to how they plan to use their funds, but it will be available to them as of today.
And as you're studying or passing on information to the incoming administration, what are you telling them about Vladimir Putin? Is he weakened, or is his grip on power as firm as it's always been?
So, I mean, again, I'm not going to sit here in my role and speculate about things like how firm a grip a foreign leader has on power. We are quite clear-eyed about the nefarious role that President Putin has played in any number of parts of the world, but obviously Ukraine most of all. And I don't think that's lost on anybody. That's a major part of publicly available information that they don't need to hear directly from us. They will obviously form their own impressions, determine their own policy going forward. Many of them served not that long ago in the executive branch, including President Trump will be here for his second term. So they will have their own views of this. But we've been very clear-eyed in this administration, and I think very effective in pushing back on and foiling what was President Putin's intention, not just to gobble up square kilometers of Ukraine in the eastern part of the country, but to try to swallow all of Ukraine, including the capital of Kyiv. And the Ukrainians, with their bravery and with our help, have thwarted that plan. And so it'll be up to a new administration to decide where to take things going forward.
Do you see the possibility for peace in the next year?
I mean, I would never want to come out and say I see no possibility for peace.
Sure.
That said, right now, we are very much focused on a battlefield in which neither side is showing signs of relenting. This is a very difficult fight that is taking place. Certainly one of, if not the bloodiest conflicts on the planet. And we have a side in this. And the United States and the American people, I believe, should have a side in this, based on this sort of historic crime that Russia has perpetrated in trying to seize a sovereign country's territory. So we are very much focused on strengthening Ukraine's hand. If and when they seek peace, they will be advantaged by having a stronger hand on the battlefield. And so that'll ultimately be their decision, and we want to make sure they do that from a position of strength, not from any other position.
What impact has the 15,000 North Korean troops that is present on the battlefield had on the fight?
So I don't have an assessment for you of the impact, but what I will say, again, just taking a step back, is that this is a pretty brazen escalation on the part of Russia, bringing a foreign country's troops onto its own soil to fight against Ukraine in the war of aggression that Russia has perpetrated that we've been discussing during this conversation. That's the first point. The second point, and I think it's a good question to ask when you get to interview President Putin or other Russians in a conversation like this, is why do they need this? Why do the Russians need North Korean forces to be fighting to defend their own territory? They like to portray that they are achieving incredible success during the course of this conflict. Incredible success would suggest they'd be able to defend their own territory with their own forces, and the fact they are bringing these troops in to fight on their territory suggests something else to us.
I want to close by going back to the Middle East and talking about Gaza. This has been something that you and President Biden's team have been working on, obviously, for more than a year. How likely is it to have a Gaza peace deal before Inauguration Day?
So, look, I'd say a few things about this. One, the attacks of October 7th were a horrific crime against the people of Israel. And the suffering on that day and since is something that should not be forgotten in discussing the conflict in Gaza. Second, I want to be quite clear that there has been enormous suffering among the people of Gaza since that time because of the war that erupted after Hamas attacked Israel unprovoked on October 7th. And we have worked day in, day out. And I can say, having been part of this and participated in it directly and witnessed it personally, very difficult conversations about the humanitarian challenge that the people of Gaza are facing, and very intensive efforts to try to improve the situation of those people on the ground, and mourning genuinely the loss of life among innocents that has taken place since then. We all want to end this war in a way that gets the hostages, including, by the way, a number of American citizens, home and reunited with their families. We believe that there is momentum in that process, that momentum increased when we and our partners achieved a ceasefire in the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. There is new energy in this, and it is our goal. The Trump administration, by the way, has said it's their goal, and the Israelis have said the same, to try and get this deal in place before the end of this administration. That's very much our intention, what we're trying to do.
President Biden must desperately want to get it off his plate as one of his final acts.
What President Biden wants to do is end the war and bring the hostages home.
Yeah. Well, we're just at the final moments here. Can you give us, just as a final comment, can you tell us what's next in that process, and how do you close it up in this short few weeks left?
So the United States will be deploying senior officials to the Middle East, frankly, for a range of reasons over the course of this week and next week. Obviously, a lot of intensive conversations about the future of Syria and the need to coordinate with our partners and our allies to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction on the big consequential conversation that we were having just earlier on about governance in Syria. Also, focused conversations about trying to get the hostage deal across the line for all of the reasons that I think are quite familiar to your audience and certainly to us. Ease the humanitarian suffering, reunite the hostages who have been captive now for more than a year with their families, and start start to put that war onto a footing in which people's lives can get back to a degree of normalcy or at least reduced suffering. That's the goal for the weeks that we've got left in this administration in the Middle East.
All right, John, we could go on for another 20 minutes very easily, but we have to leave it there. Thank you again for spending time with us today.
Thanks again for having me.
Thank you, Jeff and John. That closes out our morning sessions here at Reuters Next. Please do join us for lunch in the foyer. Refuel, because we have a very busy afternoon session for those of you watching at home as well or in the office. We are coming back at 2:30 with the Ferrari CEO Benedetto Vigna, and then we also have a jam-packed afternoon on AI, culminating in a double-header interview with OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Friar and Alphabet and Google President and CEO Ruth Porat. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope that that sequence jolted you out of the post-lunch slump. We've got a very busy afternoon ahead, not least firesides a little bit later on, starting at about 4:45, I think, with OpenAI and with Alphabet. The AI stage is now the banking and finance stage that way. Not that we want you to leave this room. But lots to come in here before we get to OpenAI and Alphabet. And what better to get us fired up after lunch than a conversation with Ferrari CEO Benedetto Vigna. He will be interviewed by Reuters global industry editor Vanessa O'Connell. Come on up.
Benedetto, big news today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Big news today.
What
I'm sure you know.
Which one?
The news that if the Cadillac team is added to Formula One in 2026, I believe,
yeah,
it's going to be using Ferrari.
We left this news for you.
Tell me about that. Why is
it's an important day. You got it. So this is the surprise. Yes, we will have 11 teams, and this team will use our engine. We are very proud of this because our company has a magic purpose. Our company purpose is very simple. We audaciously redefine the limit of possible. We are redefining also the limit of what is possible in F1. So we are very glad of this selection. This makes us proud, and also we have a sense of responsibility because the success of these other teams, it also depends on our engine. So we'll not forget this day. December 2024 is a good one.
Where do you see Formula One heading, broadly speaking? We saw LVMH step in with a big sponsorship of Formula One earlier this year, for example, that will last many years. I think it was $100 million. Where do you see Formula One heading?
Look, the company I'm working for is a company that has been starting with competition. In our DNA, there is racing. We have been present in this sport that is becoming more and more entertainment now since the beginning. We have been always present over there since the beginning. We did not get in, get out. We have been always there. And this is very important for our company because it helps to push the limit of what we do always ahead. That's the spirit of Ferrari. When you think about Ferrari, clearly you may think about our sport car, about our racing. Well, think about a company that keeps constantly redefining the limit of possible. And that's what we are doing in F1 by offering a platform to many sponsors like HP, our title sponsor, that can make unique things together with us. So this is a demonstration that it was good for Ferrari to be always present in this competition because it's becoming more and more important. And if you want, for a company like ours, having a sport team embedded in the company, you may win one weekend, we may lose the following one. It always reminds that you have to do your best because the competition is there. And you have to always keep high the attention.
Ferrari was founded by Enzo Ferrari, a very interesting, legendary figure. How involved is the Ferrari family currently in Ferrari?
Ferrari was involved, let's say, the family, the company started, in March 1947. He made something that people at that time did not believe it was doable. I like to read the history. I like to talk with the son of the founder, Piero. He's vice chairman of the board. I like to talk with him because he has a lot of anecdotes and he's teaching me a lot of things. And I can tell you that it's beautiful when you read things, but also you have a person that is telling you something. I remember the story of the spoiler, a technical detail that all the car have. And he told me this story. It's very, very interesting. So it's a unique opportunity to have people in the family that are supporting the management, telling you about the past, but also exchanging interesting views with the future. Since the beginning, I remember when I had the interview, my interview for the selection with different board members, among which there was the son of the founder, we were talking about the pedal shift on the steering wheel, but also what can we do in the future. So very interesting. It's a good learning occasion for me.
There are pros and cons to having family involvement if you're the CEO, of course. What do you think the drawbacks are?
There are always good. I mean, each moment in our life, each person of us is like a coin. No, there are good pros and cons. I think that it depends a lot on the people. If the people understand that the responsibility of the management is one and the responsibility of the shareholder is another one that is different, then everything flies well, and that's what is happening with the shareholder. The problem usually arises when the roles are confounded, but this is not the case of Ferrari. So I think it's I have the luck and the pleasure to work with people that respect their role and they respect the role of the management.
Ferrari has intentionally kept production low. Are you looking to continue to do that? And is there a magic number of Ferraris that are produced each year globally?
When you talk about Ferrari, you talk about the emotional side of the people. Usually numbers are not so emotional, okay?
Sorry.
No, I mean, I have a technical background, but I can tell you that numbers, they are not funny at all.
Well, there's a rumor that production is capped at 15,000 vehicles a year. Is that accurate?
What is funny about Ferrari? It's every day you have a list. When I get all the list of all the press releases about Ferrari, you have a page and page. You have to scroll down the iPhone many times. So there are many people, each one is talking about, is making their own theory. Ferrari is a luxury company. It's a luxury player in the absolute space. It's an absolute luxury space. We are not an aspirational luxury company, number one. Number two is a company that has a lot of technology content, okay? We are doing cars that are beautiful, so the design plays an important role. But also there's a lot of technology. So when we do innovation, we have a lot of dimension we can leverage. And then we make sure that when the people get in the car, are having fun. Because when it's not a utility car. It's a very beautiful car that is, let's say, giving a lot of emotion. So this is very unique. And then another important point of Ferrari is that we are exclusive, because not all the clients, not all the people can afford the sport car of Ferrari, but we are also inclusive because of our racing DNA. So these are, if you want, the three things: absolute luxury player, technology, and luxury, okay? And this is important for innovation, creativity. And the other one is about inclusive and exclusive. And if you come to Maranello, where the headquarters is, you see people with a sense of belonging, a passion, an attachment to the brand that is really unique. Really unique. You should come.
So I sure will. So all of the cars are made in Maranello.
All the cars are making in Maranello.
And the U.S. accounts for a quarter of your sales, of your demand, correct? Yeah. Where are you seeing pockets of demand for Ferraris? Where are your big,
Look, it's easy to remember Ferrari share across the world. There are four numbers: 10, 20, 30, 40. 10% is what we deliver to Greater China. 20% is what we give to Asia, but Greater China. 30% is US, Canada, Mexico, Brazil. 40% is Europe. As you see, we are spread a little bit everywhere in the world. We are a global players. We see opportunity of growth in different places in the world. And that's US has been an important market for us since 1954. This is 70 years we are selling our career. And I believe it will continue to be an important market for us, like other markets we have in the world.
Do you anticipate any changes in demand with Trump coming into office soon?
We do not anticipate this change. We see the order book is pretty strong, is well into 2026. When I said that the racing spirit, the competition spirit is in our DNA, there is also another important event, another important fact. Our founder, was very prolific in quote. There is one quote that he left to us that I'm very fan of it, that I have in my office. And he said, to whom it comes after me, I leave a simple inheritance, to keep alive the will to progress pursued in the past. What does it mean? It means that the things change. When you are in a car, on a truck, you don't know what's behind the turn. So you have to be able to adapt. You need to be nimble. So we have been nimble in all past years. We are aware about our responsibility, and we will manage with the things will happen. Today, we are confident, but we are also ready in case something changes that we will act nimbly. That's our inheritance, the inheritance of our founder. We have to make sure that we keep with it.
Well, speaking of being nimble and acting to respond to conditions, China has been a very challenging market for a lot of luxury brands. Shipments in the third quarter were down almost 30% in China. Is this an issue for Ferrari? Are you going to change your strategy in any way to regain momentum in the China consumer market?
I'm very happy to be here because I realize that there is still a lot of work to be done to let more people know what is Ferrari. Allora, when I started, I sit on as a CEO 3 years ago. I took a few decisions together with the management team. And one of these decisions that has been very good, very, very smart, I would say, is the fact that we said in Greater China, we don't want to be more than 10%. Why? It's not because we don't believe in China. It's because we know by experience that you can grow sales in different countries at the right pace. Which year did we start to sell our first Ferrari in the United States? 1954. Which year did we start to sell our first Ferrari in China? 40 years later. It means that you need more time for the people to get closer to the brand. Because when you want a Ferrari, you don't go in a dealership and you buy it, like you buy many things that you have in your hands now to take pictures, okay? You go there, you have to wait. The journey is part of the experience. So you need to grow in different markets at the right speed. We did it also with other countries, like Japan. And we are doing it also with other countries in Europe, like Czech Republic and Poland. So we believe in we see the opportunity in different countries, but also we want to make sure that we grow at the right pace. Because if we are too fast, it's like when you are on a track, you go out of track. So that's the reason why we do not depend a lot on China, because there has been this decision 3 years ago. And sometimes we discuss internally also with the CFO and other colleagues, and it's very important. We do not have the 25+% dependence on China.
And speaking of growing electric cars,
yeah.
What is the latest for your plans on an electric vehicle?
Well, also an electric car, we said something interesting during the Capital Market Day 2 years ago. Very many people, many companies talk about electric transition. I like to say that in Ferrari, we say electric addition, not addiction, addition. I say it this way because in 2022, we said, look, we have beautiful and highly performing thermal cars. We have unique hybrid cars that we started to develop since 2009, when our first Formula One was hybrid. So we are, after Formula One, we did the hybrid cars, that was hybrid 2009. Then we had the supercars in 2013, La Ferrari. Then we had the 6 hybrid car in more volume, let's say 1,000. And then we have the latest one, F80, the one that we announced recently, also hybrid. So there is a journey that we started, and we believe the electric car is another important brick of our journey to the future. And we want to give the freedom to our client to select the car they want. We don't want to impose the selection, the powertrain to our client. We leave the freedom to our clients. So they can come to us and they choose the one they want. And we are on track.
So how much is it going to cost?
You should ask your friend in Italy. He claims that he knows the price. We never say the price. Look, the price, it's always defined the last moment. It depends the emotion that we are able to transmit with with the car. So I can tell you in this way, whatever you hear about the future of Ferrari in terms of car prices, car numbers, any number you hear about the future of Ferrari, 99.9999% is not said by us.
And is 2025 still, is next year still the timeline for the fully electric vehicle?
I think that is important for our company. It's important to do what we say. We did in the past, my predecessor did in the past. We have the responsibility to keep doing in the future. So we said Q4 25, we unveil electric Ferrari. It will be unique Ferrari, and we are fully on track.
Speaking of unique, can you tell us any details about it?
I can tell you that when we develop a car, there are 3 dimensions that are very important. 1 is the beauty of the design. 2 is the performance, the technology. 3, the driving thrills. These are 3 important blocks. And also electric Ferrari will, let's say, be coherent with what we have done always in our history. That's what I was telling you. It's about luxury, it's about technology, it's about experience, emotional experience when the people try it.
Components for that electric vehicle will be coming from where? Where in the world?
There are 2, it's an interesting question, thank you. I think there are 2 kinds of components. The strategic one, the one that helps you to make a difference, and allow me to say differently, something that is not making the difference, okay? But for which is important to have strategic partnership. So there are some components in electric car. You hear about the battery, you hear about the inverter, you hear about the engine. I like to call it electric engine, though I know that in English it's correct to say motor, but electric engine is nicer. So those things will be done in-house. Then we have strategic partners, technology partners in Europe, in Asia, with whom we are developing unique things that put together will deliver the car we are aiming to. So if you come to Maranello, this place that is close to Modena, Bologna, you will see a nice building, big building. We inaugurated the 21st of June this year, a few months ago, on track with our plan. If you go there, you see that we have a state-of-the-art manufacturing line that is able to do thermal car, hybrid car, and electric car, all of them. Because when you enter our manufacturing line, you see robot, but you see a lot of people. The people make a difference. And that's what the people make a difference when we design the car, when we engineer the car, when we produce the car, because at the end of the story, it's all about people. You know, the people buy our car, the client buy our car for the emotion they have.
Now, I saw some audience questions flash across the screen. They're not there currently, but one of them was, do you drive anything other than a Ferrari?
A bike. No, really. When you get in a Ferrari, and then it's tough. First of all, you start to forget how to... The brake make a difference, believe me.
What's your view of autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving in Ferrari cars?
Look, I'm coming from a different world. In my previous business life, I was conceiving and selling chips, semiconductor chips. And one of the big markets for this is autonomous drive. So there was a guy, a friend of mine, that has a startup here in on the other side, Silicon Valley. He came to me and said, Benedetto, I want to talk about autonomous drive. I said, you know what? Before we talk about autonomous drive, let's go on the track. We have a lap, and then we have a presentation. Okay, so we get in the car. We had 3 laps. Then he get out a little bit shaken, and he said, I understand. Better we go for a dinner. It does not make sense to waste time for the presentation. So autonomous drive in Ferrari does not make sense. Clearly, there are some regulation, L2, L2+, ACC, automatic cruise control. Okay, these things are simple things that our car have, and if there is an update on those regulations, we will cope with that. But we care about the software for vehicle dynamics. Autonomous drive is something that is not good, is not required for our car. That's very important.
In 2023, Ferrari began accepting cryptocurrency for payments for Ferraris.
Yeah.
How is that going? How's that going?
We started
with Bitcoin
in US.
having recently hit, 100,000.
Yeah. We started in US. We started in US because, as we said, at the center of whatever we do in our company, in different dimensions, there is the client, and we want to provide a seamless experience to our client. So we understood that some client wanted to have the freedom to pay with cryptocurrency. So we offered this opportunity. And for us, does not change so much because there is the client, there is Ferrari, in the middle there is the dealer, but then there are other companies that are certifying those cryptocurrency. In any case, we, Ferrari, we get cash. We get dollar or euro or whatever, depends on the country. In this case, it's dollar. But let's say we don't get, cryptocurrency is not an investment opportunity for us. We don't want to get cryptocurrency and then we speculate on the price of the share price. It's a way to make seamless, more and more seamless, the experience of the client.
What is a typical person who buys a Ferrari with cryptocurrency? What's their profile?
There is not, but look, when we started to do this, we thought that maybe younger client would have been preferring this to other. Instead, there is no pattern. There is no pattern. There is no geographical pattern, no age pattern. There are people that are using crypto to pay car. There are people that are using crypto to attend event. That are, there is not a pattern.
And how much demand has there been to buy Ferraris with cryptocurrency? How many have you sold in cryptocurrency?
I don't like to disclose the number of the different dealership because, let's say, we prefer to keep this confidential. But there are cars in different dealership, either West Coast, Midwest, or East Coast, where the client go there and they use crypto. So there are different. There is different pattern. Depends a little bit on the dealership. We started also in Europe after this experiment, positive experiment, I would say, in US. We start also in Europe.
When?
We started a few months ago.
And how is that going?
But
it's
still too early.
Europe,
We need to collect the data on 12 months, I think, to have something realistic.
Can you foresee a time when Ferrari might have cryptocurrency in its balance sheet?
No, I don't. I discuss a lot with our CFO on this. This would be more on the speculative side. So we don't foresee this possibility for the time being. We are all the guys. We like, the cash.
What can you tell us about the intermediary who is accepting the cryptocurrency and converting it for Ferrari?
I was chatting with my team here, and there are several players, 3-4 players that are doing this conversion. And to avoid to mention any one of them, because we don't want to do, any advertisement, I can tell you there are 3-4 players that are taking cryptocurrency, converting in dollar. I don't want to go more in detail who are these players, but they are certified. They are working. We did a lot of assessment with different bodies to make sure that everything is on the right side.
And do you see this as a competitive advantage for Ferrari, the fact that people can pay with cryptocurrency?
I think that whatever you do to make seamless experience of the client is a competitive advantage. So I think this is going in the direction to make easier for them to get to purchase a Ferrari if you want to use cryptocurrency, because sometimes you hear people, I have cryptocurrency, I want to use it, but how can I do? Well, look, we can help you in case you want to buy a Ferrari. I think it's, as I said, at the center of what we do, There is the client with his own emotion. And we want to make sure that the client is focused on the emotional side and does not waste time on tactical, pragmatic things, like the conversion of cryptocurrency. There is a third body that is taking care of it.
So under President-elect Trump, U.S. auto policy could change. He could, change U.S. auto policy. What are the issues that you're most concerned about?
I have been taught since I was a child that you can do some plan for the future, but then you have to make sure that you are more like a bricklayer, in the sense that you have to make sure that you understand what's going on, and then you have to adapt. In our company, and that's the reason why I was telling you the will to progress is fundamental. In the last 3 years, we've been able to accommodate and to manage many different change in the plan. No? There have been some situations that we were not forecasting. There are a couple of wars that when we did the Capital Market Day, I think nobody was planning for it. So it's part of our life. We don't foresee any specific challenge. If something will pop up, will change, and we'll manage. I think that for a company to be sustainable, and it's true for everything, for Ferrari, but for everyone, you need to have the ability to understand what's going around you, and you need to anticipate or to dance. Okay? There is the company, there is the reality, there is a dancing that you have to go on. So that's what I keep telling myself, what we are telling also in internal meeting, that the beauty of the reality, the beauty of our life is that it cannot be planned on the table. It keeps changing. You don't have to lose the pace.
What about tariffs? Tariffs on products coming from Mexico. We're expecting tariffs on products coming from Canada, additional tariffs on products coming from China. That could make a lot of goods much more expensive here in the U.S. How are tariffs that may be implemented here in the U.S. going to affect Ferrari?
But the supply chain, we have, there is a lot of dependence from Europe, a little bit from Asia, mostly outside China. So I would say the impact will be marginal. And in any case, as I told you, we'll see when things become real. Because there was an interesting speech today by a speaker, I do not remember the name. He said that very often there are more the people outside the US that are concerned about what's happening in the US than the people in the US. So I think that we are a global players. We are selling our cars, our product in different places. Each country has its own rules. We cope with those rules. It's like if I come at your house. If you are Japanese, you want me to get rid of the shoes. If you're Italian, you allow me to get in your house with the shoes. It's okay. The most important is that I don't get with shoes in a Japanese house or vice versa, no? So.
And what if Trump decides to impose tariffs on European-made goods?
He's the boss, the president of this country. He decides what to do, and if we want to sell here, we will cope with those new rules. We will not be the first, we will not be the last time. I mean, we are selling in many countries, okay? We have, in our company, it has been always the same. I mean, if you want to play in different countries, you have to play with the rule of that country. So there will be more tariff. There will be tariff for us, for everyone. So it's good. It's good because when you have the realities changing around you, it's a way to foster more and more the innovation. So let's see.
Would Ferrari ever consider making cars in the United States?
We make cars in Maranello. Maranello, where a man and woman that get in love and the father of a lady. It's true, eh? Maranello, where two as a couple, like Romeo and Juliet, but remember also Maranello. Now, we'll make car in Maranello. We will sell car in US, but we will make car in Maranello.
You've made some efforts to also broaden Ferrari out as more of a lifestyle brand. How's that going? And can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It's going according to our plan. As I told you, Ferrari, absolute luxury player, technology and luxury, inclusive and exclusive. We are exclusive because of the sport car we sell. We are inclusive because of the racing DNA. So we are on two extreme. In the middle, in the past, we have been not doing too much. But what we saw is that there is a lot of desire of Ferrari lifestyle. So we created this we started this new venture, Ferrari Lifestyle, because we want to leverage more and more this inclusivity, exclusivity, and we defined a clear strategy that goes beyond the basic merchandising we were doing a few years ago. We have been cutting a lot of license to people, to companies that were not elevating our brand. So our point is to elevate our brand because we want to become more and more a luxury player along all the dimensions. That's our intent.
So this includes Ferrari boutiques, correct?
Yeah.
Around the world?
We have some shops that are selling collectible, are selling also jumpers, bags. This year, the team did something I'm particularly proud of. They did a bag called the Maranello clutch. Maranello everywhere, look. Maranello clutch. It's a bag this size that it's in carbon fiber. It's done by our team together with the creativity of the lifestyle design team. And we are selling everywhere in the world. You can pick up one color out of 9. It's very unique.
How much is it?
It depends. It starts from 8,000, it goes up.
$8,000.
Yeah.
8,000.
It's very unique. There are only 9 pieces for each color in the world.
Tell me a little bit about the designer behind your clothing and accessories.
Look, to make something unique, you need very creative people. You need also people that are able to put together two things, the past and the future. The past, because you need to understand what is, let's say, the essence of the brand. When we say the purpose of the company, as I told you before, no, that we redefine the limit of the possible audaciously. When I say that the story of our company is a story of great determination, passion, well, this must be evident in what we do. So we have one designer of lifestyle, we have one designer on the sport car, and they are working a lot together to deliver something that is in line with our brand. It's something that is always full of emotion. So that must be evident in what we do.
We have seen some luxury brands that produce in Italy have issues with worker exploitation at their suppliers and subcontractors. How do you avoid that? How do you, just broadly speaking, how does Italy maintain the quality of the Made in Italy label?
Look, in Ferrari, there are two kinds of products. When we talk about absolute luxury, okay, there are two kinds of products. There are more hard luxury products, and there are soft luxury products. Hard luxury product is a car. I mean, the car you cannot make in the basement of you cannot machine aluminum or make a cell battery in the basement of a building in the suburb of some cities. No. You need tech companies that are making something unique. So this is, okay, by definition, by process, by technology, it's not possible to do something that maybe other luxury brand, as you say, they do. On the soft side, there are cases like the bag I told you before that is fully done internally. There are some other cases where we are using some, let me say, supplier, tier 1, tier 2, but we have a strong audit process because we want to make sure that we do not, let's say, we are coherent with our brand. It means that we respect the people in the company and outside the company. And we also respect the planet. So I think that is very important. When you think about Ferrari, think about a company that is doing luxury product in full respect of what are the human rights of the people working and making possible what we are doing.
Thank you so much, Benedetto. Is there anything that I missed that you want to ask?
Thank you. No. I think you should come to Maranello and not only to Verona for Romeo and Juliet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will take you up on your offer, your invitation to come to Maranello headquarters, by the way, Benedetto. Thank you very much to Benedetto and to Vanessa. Back to the tech and AI theme. That's going to continue now for the rest of the afternoon. This is a fireside held in partnership with Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters President of Corporates, Laura Clayton McDonnell, will be interviewed by Shakuntala Santhiran. Come on up.
Good. It's all good. Thank you, Axel. Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon. Laura, it is a great pleasure. Let's dive in. First up, please tell us a bit about you.
Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's so great to see everybody. So president of the corporate segment at Thomson Reuters, and I'm known for generating positive results, driving market share, and building high-performance teams. So my experience spans law and business, and just had a wonderful career, executive-level roles at ServiceNow, IBM, and Microsoft. And I'm a champion for diversity, equity, and inclusion for women and people of color. And I'm really excited about that, too. I also serve on boards of directors. So I serve on a public board called Zora. It's listed in the New York Stock Exchange. I also serve on a board of a privately held company in the UK, Signal AI. And it's exciting to be here. And I'm so glad that we're going to have a chance to chat.
I'm looking forward to learning from you. Before we explore how artificial intelligence is transforming the work of corporate professionals, I just wanted to clarify that your business is separate from that of Reuters News Agency, right? You're both under a part of Thomson Reuters, but the corporate business provides services totally unrelated to Reuters News, correct?
That is correct. And thanks for the opportunity to provide a little bit of clarity. We do share a name, Reuters. But Reuters for us is the award-winning news organization. You could tell I'm really proud of that organization, too. So I'm glad to be part of it. Reuters is a division of Thomson Reuters. The corporate segment is a division of Thomson Reuters. And what we do in the corporate segment is that we support enterprise customers. They're interested in achieving their commerce goals, satisfying compliance obligations, and it's a great opportunity to be able to provide that level of support to those customers. And a couple of things I wanted to say in addition to that, because Thomson Reuters is a large organization, we've got a huge portfolio of solutions that help our customers, and we are the #1 legal and tax provider. Turns out to a lot of corporations out there, and every single one of the Fortune 100, well, they're a customer of ours too. And these solutions are based on the investments that we've made in innovative technologies, including generative AI. So I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to talk more about that, but CoCounsel is one of those products, and it helps augment the skill set of workers. We also recently acquired a company called Pagero, an e-invoicing compliance solution that was declared by IDC to be the #1 e-invoicing solution in Europe. So you can tell I'm proud of Thomson Reuters, proud of Reuters, but also very humbled that our customers have entrusted their business to us and our solutions.
So it is a huge portfolio, as you said, and AI plays a critical role that we're going to find out about. Now, a lot of people are very concerned about what AI will mean for their jobs, that they could lose their jobs. For example, if they do more repetitive work that can be automated. What about corporate professionals? Because Thomson Reuters conducts an annual Future of Professional survey. How do they view the potential impact of AI on their daily work and on their roles and the future of their professions?
The future of their professions is a great report. So if you haven't picked up a copy already or you haven't downloaded it, please do download it because you're going to get a lot of great information. So there's one word that I would use to describe how professionals are feeling about AI, and that's optimistic. Optimistic is what folks are feeling because there's an opportunity here for us to potentially free up time from those repetitive tasks and shift over and focus on higher value-added activities. And that's pretty exciting. So let me just highlight a few of the statistics that you'll find in this report. And so when you think about it, 80% of the respondents said, well, in the next 5 years, we could have sort of a use of AI that helps us achieve our workload in a much more efficient, effective way. In fact, perhaps we could see that 4 hours a week we could save in work as a result of using AI. So that means that you have more time to do the higher value-added work. Well, it turns out the respondents also said about 98% of them said, yeah, we should be able to do higher value-added work because we've been freed up from those routine tasks. We also find that folks have said, about 84% of them said, AI could be a force for good. Let's examine it. Let's wait and see, right? We've got 5 years to kind of take a look at this use of AI. And about 94% said maybe it'll trigger the creation of new products and services. So folks are feeling optimistic about it, excited about it, could be a catalyst for change. So that's what we're seeing as a result of the Future of Professionals report.
What about the C-suite? Because you included C-suite executives in this survey for the first time this year. What do they think of AI?
What are they thinking? Well, this one was really surprising to us. So we surveyed about 75 CEOs, and we found there was a dichotomy there. On one hand, optimistic. Oh, this could be used, the AI could be used to advance some of our priorities, whether it's generating more revenue or improving operational efficiency, or transforming our business. But there was also a cautionary note, too. Well, would it make our processes more complex, complicated? What about security? What about privacy? And so when you look at it, there's some messages that we can take away from that. So first of all, AI touches basically everyone, all levels. So you need to include everybody in that conversation. And so that's really important. The other is that you need balance. You can be optimistic about it, but you also should have that cautionary sort of note with respect to it. So I was really curious. CEOs as a category, a little bit different from the larger population of professionals.
There are concerns about the accuracy of AI output and data security, like you said. So does being proactive help mitigate some of these potential risks?
That's a great question. I'm reminded of the motto, forewarned is forearmed. It really is. AI is everywhere, to everything, in your professional and personal life. You can't pick up your phone without somehow encountering some amount of AI. And so the question really isn't sort of whether you should be proactive, it's when are you going to do it, and it should be now. It really ought to be now. You ought to be thinking about ways where you can anticipate challenges and opportunities and put together a strategy where you can address those. And so for us, if you're not doing it, and your competitors are, and you're going to lose out if you don't get on board.
So be prepared and proactive.
And proactive.
Can you share some more general examples of how AI is already being used successfully in corporate environments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one way to look at it is there's 3 basic categories of how AI can be most effective in a corporate environment. The first is if you have a set of long documents, large documents, a lot of data. Well, it would be great if you had an opportunity to summarize that in a way that you can use it, extract the key concepts. A second way is to automate the creation of documents. That's another really important activity that you can use AI for. And in addition to those, the third is about analytics, maybe predictive analytics, streamlining processes. So those 3 use cases are probably the most effective uses of AI. But what happens? What's the impact of that? Reducing time, reducing costs, streamlining, your operations, decision-making process, becoming more accurate. And so there's really good impacts that result from those 3 basic, most effective uses of AI.
Lots of possibilities.
Lots of possibilities.
How is Thomson Reuters leveraging AI for your own business operations?
Well, I got to tell you, it's important for you to drink your own champagne, right? You got to use your own products, and we're really proud of the products, and they've been most effective in streamlining our business operations. So we absolutely use our products. So I'm going to give you an example of a function area where you would think, wait a minute, is this true? It's the General Counsel's office. And they have probably been one of the leaders at the forefront of the adoption of AI to streamline their business operations. Our General Counsel is wonderful. Nori Campbell, by the way. And so she is leaning in for this. So there's a couple of use cases. The first is to streamline the review and approval process when it comes to documents. And when you think about a legal department, they get a lot of documents that come in. And sometimes it ends up being a backlog. Well, by using Co-Counsel, she and her team have been able to streamline the review and approval process. Just about 87% of the time it takes has been cut as a result. That's amazing. And for organizations like myself, the ones that I run in sales, to have that process get shrunk in terms of the time it takes for approval makes it easier for us to shrink the sales cycle. So there's a direct impact in our ability to generate revenue because of the work that our GCO has done. The second use case is about generating documents, which we talked about, one of those most effective uses. And when you think about the documents that could be created, NDAs, memos, other kinds of documents, they've been able to show that they could cut in half the time it takes to create those documents. So, when you think about AI, the GCO is looking at other uses of AI to help with the transformation of the delivery of legal services. And we're excited to be a part of that journey too.
How are some of your customers using AI for their businesses?
Yeah, so this is really good. Thomson Reuters, when you think about Thomson Reuters, our technologies, we have innovative technologies, including AI. So I'm going to start with some innovative technologies, and I'm going to lead with, and then end with the big bang here when it comes to AI. So I'm going to name some names that are going to be very familiar to you in terms of customers. So Delta Airlines uses a product called Legal Tracker, which manages expenses. And there's a way to analyze through some of the technology that we have how you're using those expenses. They've been able to reduce their expenses that they spend on outside counsel by about over $500,000. So that's really good. Georgia Pacific, they used our global trade management solution in order to reduce the amount of time it takes to process free trade agreements. And they were able to reduce that amount of time by 67%. Now, Walmart, everybody knows, #1 company, right? Fortune 1. They use our one-source tax solutions in order to streamline their tax processes. But here's the big one. Co-counsel, as I mentioned earlier, is that generative AI assistant that can help you streamline your skills. Well, Ford Motor Company said, this is a revolutionary technology. It is going to revolutionize the way that lawyers practice law. And we can see the value here. So the bottom line is that we can show tangible, measurable value as a result of using AI and our innovative technologies too.
Yeah, very concrete results there. Thanks for sharing those examples. Let's go back quickly to the C-suite. How do you expect AI is going to change the nature of their work?
It's kind of interesting, the impacts that we've been talking about, reduce time, reduce cost, streamline operations, become more accurate, streamline your decision making. Those impacts will be felt by the C-suite also. So just imagine the CEO is thinking about, how do we generate more revenue? I think I'd like to explore, maybe a new market. There's probably lots of data out there, economic data, financial data. Well, you can use AI. This is one of the use cases we've talked about. Have the ability to take all of that data, summarize it, extract out key concepts that could guide your thinking. And it's just a way to assist your thinking. Streamline it, cut the amount of time it takes, and maybe arrive at the decision a lot faster than you would have without AI.
Looking ahead,
yes,
Laura, how do you think AI will ultimately impact organizations of all sizes? Are there certain industries, certain functions that are particularly ripe for disruption, or will AI have a more pervasive impact across the board?
Yeah, that's a great question. You've got to step back and start with the work, and then I'll go to the industries. The work that we're looking at where AI can really make an impact is really around work that's repetitive, work that requires decision making. Maybe it's large amounts of data. So those are some of the characteristics to look for. The industries to focus in on, probably where it's more effective, are financial services, healthcare, retail. But when you really distill it down, you can have an impact across all functions. Could be finance, tax, HR. We talked about legal in terms of the functions that could really take advantage of AI. And I got to tell you, one of the things that I'm really excited about is the sort of the new products and services that could be made available, whether it's personalized medicine or smart homes that are aligned with your needs, or education that becomes customized for you because of your learning style. So you could see these really exciting areas that then sort of open up all of these adjacent industries as a result. I think there's also that cautionary note that came from the CEOs asking for, well, okay, I think we're going to have to balance this out. What are the challenges that are out there? I think you'll see folks thinking about regulatory changes that are focused on security or transparency, maybe new governance models that come out. But I think one of the things that will be most impactful is that you'll find that the talent will need to be upskilled. How do you improve the digital literacy of our population to be able to take in AI, use it in the work, and be able to deliver higher value add? So I think that's pretty exciting too. Yeah.
We could keep talking.
We keep on talking.
But we do have to wrap up.
Yes.
Laura, closing thoughts on the role of AI for the corporate world.
All right. Well, for me, when I think about AI, I think we're beyond that it's a novelty, right? So it isn't that. It is something that is in everything that we do, right? I think it's also something that, isn't a replacement for workers. It really is a way to augment and enhance the skill set of workers. The other piece of it, too, we've been talking about that balancing act. We can have optimism about it, and it could advance some of our priorities, but we also have it balanced. We need to be responsible and ethical in our use and leverage of AI. So for me, I think the possibilities are endless. We are on this wonderful journey, something that is transformative as cloud and iPhone and the PC. And we'd love to join you all on that journey to transform.
Many, many thanks, Laura,
Thank
for your
you.
expert insights. I learned so much.
Good.
I hope you did as well.
Thank you so much, everyone. Really
Laura
appreciate it.
Clayton McDonald of Thomson Reuters, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shax. Thank you, Laura. AI-powered transformation, building data infrastructure for the next era of business. So making data ready for AI follows on pretty well. NetApp SVP and General Manager Krish Vitaldevara is going to be speaking with event moderator Rochelle Carey. And again, I've got to say this interview is held in partnership with NetApp. Come on up, both of you.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, everyone.
So, it is very obvious that AI presents huge opportunities when it comes to business. What is not as obvious is how to utilize what AI can do. It is extremely complicated. It is constantly changing. Some of the key things you have to consider, sustainability, data security, scaling AI applications. There's so many things that are changing literally as we speak. So the person to speak to about that is Krish Vitaldevara. He is the Senior Vice President and GM at NetApp. At NetApp, he leads the shared platform team responsible for the unified storage platform, manageability platform, and customer experience office. Prior to NetApp, he had roles at Google and Microsoft. This is one of the things I found the most interesting about you. He has over 30 patents to his name. How about that? Clearly a seasoned innovator when it comes to technology. So, Krish, thank you for joining us here.
Thanks, Rochelle. It's exciting to be here.
So, AI has actually been around longer than I think most of us realize. Predictive AI, generative AI. Now we're talking about agentic AI. How should companies think about this evolution?
Yeah, I think it's a right observation, right? I would say for the last 2 decades, I've been working on AI and data projects. It's always transformative.
Before a lot of us ever heard of it.
It's always transformative. It's always the thing to be doing. So I'm actually just excited and glad I had the opportunities to do it. I will use a use case to kind of walk you through how to think about it, right? If you're applying for a loan, the ability to predict the risk associated with you, that's predictive AI. So I'm just giving you a risk score. I'm saying yes or no, right? But what happened is, once with accelerated compute and LLMs, things got significantly easier. So if you can actually talk to an agent instead of actually walking into a bank about which loan you should take, that's what's made possible through LLMs. But inferencing comes in and says that, hey, now not only that, the agent can look at all the available loans. And they're not any loans from yesterday, 6 months ago, they're the loans that they can take a look at today. So they're using the current information to be able to give you that insights in a way that are easily consumable. And now you take all of that and you want to use the loan to also buy a car or buy a home, you can build a workflow with multiple autonomous agents that are doing all these tasks for you in an intelligent way. So that's how I would think about the progression of what you were talking about. And at NetApp, we manage about half of enterprise data, unstructured data. So that's about 100 exabytes of data. So, and 60,000 customers. So we see all the use cases. Everything we talked about are the use cases that we have seen for a while now. We've been selling to AI customers for more than 10 years.
And so what does it mean for data to be AI ready? What does that mean?
Yeah, I'll give you two stats first, and then I'll explain what it means for data to be AI ready. The first stat is 76% of the projects don't graduate from POC phase to productionizing them. So the value that we all talk about, which is like, hey, you get to move from data to data insights, 3 out of the 4 projects don't get there because their data is not AI ready. And when you talk to the customers and you ask them, how confident are you about your data being AI ready? Only 43% of the customers say they're confident. So if you think about, put those two stats together, that tells you we all realize the importance of data in driving it from data to the value and insights, but we all realize it's an incredibly hard job. You need to understand data quality, you need to understand data lineage, you need to understand where your data is, how do you bring it all together, put it all together. So at NetApp, when we talk about making your enterprise data AI ready, we talk about giving you a way to build a structure over all of this unstructured data so that you can quickly go from data to insights.
Obviously, there's a lot of potential, extremely broad potential when we're talking about AI, but there are certain use cases that it's really suited for. Talk to me about that in the context of healthcare.
Yeah, actually, it's a good thing that you asked about healthcare, because if you look at the industries that are doing exceptionally well with AI, these are the industries that are heavily regulated. So healthcare and financials are the two industries that are doing exceptionally well in the AI journey. Because
what is it about that? Why?
Yeah, because of all the governance, they spend significant amount of time making sure that their data is ready, their data is compliant, their data is secure, and they can move this data and make it available for either their training models or inferencing models, right? So Johnson & Johnson is one of the biggest pharma companies in US, and they are a NetApp customer, and they use us extensively. And they use us because they're trying to get to this data being AI ready and they have a lot of large models that are doing drug discovery that are in the on-prem. And this is the case where they're actually getting their data to be AI ready and be available for the models. But they also have a lot of small models in the cloud where they're doing image processing to be able to do diagnosis. And that, for that, they actually use us in the context of taking data to where AI is.
It is common for businesses today to have data stored at various places, various silos. How do you at NetApp help customers integrate all of that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you talk to data infrastructure companies about data, they usually focus on performance, they usually focus on density, they focus on energy efficiency, all the right things to focus on. But the things that are more interesting from a future-proofing perspective, where you're going with your question, is, to me, boils down to 3 things. The first one is, can your data infrastructure take the data in a seamless way between your on-prem and cloud environments? That's incredibly important because, a lot of the GPUs, a lot of the toolkits that the data scientists use are in the cloud. So you need to be able to have an underlying data infrastructure that can provide you with that mobility to take the data seamlessly between whatever your environments are, removing silos. But you want to do it in a way that's actually secure and compliant. Because if your security posture changes every time you move the data, and on average, I think data moves about 7 times in single training cycle. So you cannot risk losing that security and compliance posture. So you need that intelligent data infrastructure that provides you that secure governance for you to move the data around.
Let's talk about sustainability. Organizations are hopefully focused on minimizing carbon footprints, hopefully. Can you talk about how to make that possible, how to do that with intelligent data infrastructure?
Yeah, I usually tell customers, look, sustainability comes in all shapes and forms, right? I think we're all familiar with that one. At the core of it, I think you want to modernize your infrastructure so that you're not running something that's 10 years old, 12 years old, that's incredibly power hungry. Because you're replacing that old infrastructure with something that is actually power hungry, but it will generate enough business value, which is your AI workloads. Your AI workloads are incredibly demanding, right? But you're not creating data center space fast enough. So you want an infrastructure that's actually energy efficient, that's actually also dense, and that gives you right cost performance. And efficiency also helps when it comes to sustainability, because if you can bring AI to the data, you're doing more things in place, which means you're not adding new racks, you're not actually adding new infrastructure. So for us, sustainability is a complete package, and it's a complete package over the life cycle of data, as opposed to looking at it a metric at a time.
What steps should organizations be taking now to fight cyber risks like data poisoning?
That's a good question.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
We have been spending a lot of time thinking through, in the context of, we invested a lot in anti-ransomware. So when we used to talk to our customers, a lot of the questions would be around anti-ransomware, how do you protect your data, on-prem. And now the conversation is actually shifting to topics like data poisoning, right? Because now you got to worry about where the data is coming from. Do you understand the source and lineage of the data? Do you understand that as it flows through your entire AI workflow? Training, inferencing, across the board, you need to be able to know and control the data so that attacks like data poisoning won't happen, right? So it's an actually very interesting problem. And guess how we are solving it? Well, we are using more AI to be able to detect if your data has any data poisoning happening or not. So,
what do you see as the biggest opportunities for enterprise in the AI era? And it's interesting to call it the AI era, because I don't feel like we're ever not going to be in the AI era from now on. But what are the opportunities you see? Well,
industrial era lasted for whatever, 100 years. So AI era can be there Correct. For another 80 years. I think from an opportunities perspective, like I would say across the industries, the ability to transform is it's infinite. Yeah, pretty much, right? So there is no limit to where are the places you can apply intelligence. Any problem where you can apply intelligence, you can actually take AI. Like, in addition to building AI infrastructure, my team also spends time thinking about engineering productivity. So we use significant amount of AI to auto-generate our test code, to generate our comments of the code, to improve code readability. Our prediction is, just that investment in the last 12 months is about 10 to 15% of productivity gain. That's actually immense. Now you take it and you multiply it across every workflow. I think the value creation, the room for innovation and transformation is limitless, as you say.
Final question: what is your guiding principle in this, as we exist in this AI era? What is your guiding principle?
Yeah, I think for me, like I have always been a technologist, so I believe in using technology to solve hard problems. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say embrace it. It's not like shying away from it. It's not going to go away. I think the underlying challenges seem hard, but there are many companies like ours that are actually helping you. AI is an ecosystem play. No single vendor is going to solve it for you, but the industry has been investing across the board. So I would say embrace it, use it, create that value.
Wonderful. Krish Patel Devara with NetApp. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krish.
All right, thanks, Krish, and thanks, Rochelle. We're going to take a break. Really need to be back here at 4 o'clock, so it's about 25 minutes, this break. So grab a coffee. If you've registered to the Japan Investment Workshop, head to the workshop rooms now. There'll be people outside to guide you there. When we come back, open source versus closed source will be a discussion. OpenAI will be with us. Alphabet will be with us. We'll see you back here in just over 20 minutes. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being so prompt. The title of this next session is The AI Paradigm Battle, Open Source versus Closed Source Dynamics. I'm going to let the moderator, Rochelle Carey, introduce the panel. This is a panel held in partnership with IBM. Rochelle, bring up your panelists.
Hello again, everybody. So I will have the panelists introduce themselves in a moment, but yes, the discussion, the way we are framing it is open source on one side, which is collaboration. Closed source, which is about being proprietary, maybe a bit secretive. That might not be the best word. I didn't mean that the way it sounded, but we will get to this discussion in a moment. There are pros and cons, and I think we're all just figuring this out every day as the industry continues to evolve. So now that I've kind of set the stage for what the discussion is going to be, I'm going to have our panelists introduce themselves, and then we're going to jump right in.
Start with me?
Absolutely.
All right, pleasure to be here. Sriram Raghavan, I'm Vice President at IBM Research AI. I'm responsible for our global R&D strategy in AI. IBM Research has labs across the globe, 12 labs in several countries. And I'm responsible for our AI strategy. I work with the commercial arms of IBM, both software and consulting, to deliver these capabilities. And our big focus, obviously, beyond foundational progress in the technology of AI is its applications to enterprise domains, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
Absolutely. Rebecca?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Finley. I'm the CEO of the Partnership on AI. Often when I'm introducing myself, I ask, do you think the world is more divided than ever? Usually people agree. And then, do you think we need to find those spaces where really diverse perspectives can come together to tackle the most important challenges of the day? And that is truly the foundational belief and fundamental mission of the Partnership on AI. We were begun in 2016 with initial grants from 6 large technology companies, including IBM. But they committed to building a nonprofit organization that brought together civil society advocates, philanthropic foundations, media organizations, and academic researchers, all with the goal of saying, how do we better and more responsibly develop artificial intelligence so that it works for people and communities? And today, we have about 125 partners in 16 countries. And thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you for having me today. Taha Kashout, I'm the Global Chief Science and Technology Officer of GE Healthcare. My worldwide responsibilities include looking for advanced technologies, our R&D pipeline, in addition to AI and digital with clinical research. This is my second year at GE Healthcare. I've been here for 2 years. Prior to that, I was at Amazon, Vice President, Machine Learning, and Chief Medical Officer. But throughout my career, just from FDA to Amazon to GE Healthcare, I've been sort of on this cusp of transforming healthcare globally, especially in the last 15 years with the adoption of cloud and AI. Background, I'm an interventional cardiologist and machine learning expert.
All right. I'm going to go back to the way I set the stage for this discussion, because I think Rebecca is going to add to this. I framed it as an either-or. Open source or closed source. Rebecca, I know you say it's actually on a spectrum. Can you explain that?
Happy to do so, but I do think it is rather funny that the non-technical expert is the person who's going to speak to open source.
You will set us right.
Yeah, well, you can correct me if I say anything wrong. So it's sort of this really interesting thing in the AI community that we pick up on these metaphors, and these metaphors can often drive almost binary dynamics within the market. And, no surprise, for those of us who are really trying to think about how do we advance this
this technology really responsibly, we find those binary choices can be unhelpful. And I'm particularly, I have to say, the AI paradigm battle. We always choose these like arms race, and I know.
So good.
I know. So what I think one of the ways to understand this dynamic is that we didn't really talk about open source versus closed source when it was predictive AI, when it was really narrow models that were trained on a very curated data set to inform a very specific outcome. But now that we've moved to this world of foundation models or generative AI, where we have these base models that can be applied across a variety of different applications, they're just as good as passing the bar and law exams as they are in passing applications to medical schools. And so now we're starting to think about what does it mean to release general purpose AI systems that could be taken up by malicious actors and done for nefarious means in all sorts of different applications as well. And that's where the early debate came between closed source versus open source models. And what we have now seen, probably over the last 12 months, I would say, as the debate has evolved, is that there's a whole spectrum of approaches that are happening about the way in which many of the large, what we would call at PAI, the developers, deployers, those companies that are developing the very large models, think about ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, and the way in which they're releasing them and driving them into enterprise solutions as well, a lot of the work that both IBM and GE Healthcare are doing. And they could be releasing the model weights, which would allow then for some access to then fine-tune and develop the model in different applications. But they could be fine-tuning those model weights before they release them. They might be releasing them with a license, which is intended to ensure some responsibility. They may be putting some monitoring mechanisms into place. So there's a whole way in which these models are being released, all the way from very closed API approaches all the way through to much more open approaches that allow all sorts of different forms of innovation and rigor.
Do you want to add to that, Sriram?
Yeah, certainly. I think I agree with Rebecca about the spectrum. But I think one of the elements of that is often it's not just about the model. If you sort of think about a release, there's obviously the weights of the model itself that let you then work with the model. But then associated with that, you need evaluation, you release benchmarks, you have the code that you use to train the model, to test the model, etc. So I think part of the reason for the spectrum, and I sort of like how there's a proposal from the Linux Foundation for Data and AI, not a proposal, a suggestion around a model openness framework that recognizes this gradation to say, look, there are open models that are primarily releasing the weights and what you need to work with the models, fine-tune them, adapt them. The next level could be release the code that you use to benchmark so that somebody else can replicate those numbers, maybe release the code that you use to do some of your fine-tuning, and then all the way to a complete open science model, which is soup to nuts, everything open. And I think that kind of gradation is helpful, because to Rebecca's point, we're still early in understanding where is differentiation, where is safety, what are the market dynamics, and this very binary characterization can lead to bad behavior. And I think if you can recognize that there is a spectrum, it's really valuable. I would certainly say from an IBM perspective, all the models we release in the open, we release also with an Apache 2 license. Because for us, the ability for developers to work with it is paramount. So we desisted from maybe inventing new licenses for the AI era and concluded that let's go with a well-understood license. We will evolve it as we understand the unique needs of AI.
Would like to add, for us at GE Healthcare, the way we look at it is we're taking a hybrid approach. And it's less so about whether open or closed and more about the hybrid approaches. There's not going to be one model that's going to be great at everything. So you really need to look at this from general purpose models, and those can be great, for example, summarization, or looking for looking diagnostics, even blurring, across many devices. Those are one types of application. Then you look at more specialized applications. You look in medical is highly contextual. Reading an ultrasound image is different than an X-ray, is different than an MR, different than looking at your entire data history, right? And for that, you really need purpose-built models that are highly task specific and optimized for those tasks. And where we find a great balance is an ensemble approach. And this is really where you can bring all these models together. And now, with the advent of multi-agentic AI approach, you can even automate these in more autonomous way. I'm going to give you one example about how we leverage this. I mean, we took Meta's segment anything model. I mean, this is Facebook when they released their open source model called SAM. And I mean, you see a lot of these applications. I mean, you can look at the picture and blur the background, don't change the background and whatnot. This is a general purpose open source model, but it didn't perform well on ultrasound images. So for that, we had to take this approach. It's very expensive. It takes a lot of time to do this general purpose segmentation, fine-tune it on 200,000 ultrasound images. And the results are amazing because now with less than 2 to 5 or 2 to 6 inputs, like, imagine that you're taking a video of moving objects and you're able to maybe double-click on a face, maybe an object, and then get not only a great segmentation of those objects, but also track them over time and are distilled on your device. Just with 2 to 4 clicks, you're able to get 94% DICE score, meaning like agreement with the actual clinical evidence. That's remarkable, and across diverse groups, across ages, across anatomies, across many disease areas. Not only that, it was versatile enough to where we didn't fine-tune it on fetal brain and breast lesions, and was able to do that on its own. So this is a great example here. We took an open source model, further fine-tune it with a purpose-specific data set, and to tackle a healthcare-specific modality. And this is the Sonos SAM track closed source.
Because to a layperson, when you're talking about healthcare, privacy, you would just think automatically, with healthcare being as regulated as it is, that it would just all be closed. But it's a lot more complicated than that, is
Absolutely.
what you're saying.
Absolutely.
So, as AI is the norm, how do you think governments and regulatory bodies will approach this particular debate, this particular framing, this particular conversation we're having, and what countries are doing it right so far? Who wants that one? We're not saying who's doing it wrong. We're just saying who's doing it more right.
I'm happy to start maybe with offering a perspective on how our point of view on structuring regulation, and then we can talk a little bit about some of the examples that we have. So one of our beliefs is that it doesn't make sense to regulate the math or an algorithm. You regulate the use case or the application, because that's where the context is. So our approach is, and we call it, we've used words like risk-based or precision regulation. And it's just a recognition that the model that you heard, which is making a judgment on an X-ray, has a very different risk characteristics in terms of getting it right or wrong, versus a model that's making a recommendation on me to buy the next shoe. I'm not saying the model that's making a shoe recommendation is an unimportant model, but I just think that the risk profile and the implications are different. So, and it may well be that those two are applying the exact same model, the exact math, the same neural network. It's detecting images, it's detecting those things. So I think a risk-based approach is critical. And we have been very strong advocates of the fact that don't regulate the math, regulate the risk, the use case context. And we're starting to see that. If you see what happened with the EU AI Act, they do distinguish between really high-risk systems, and we are seeing resonance across the globe in this nuance. The other, I think, important principle, which I think that was a great example, is look at the benefit of open innovation. Here was an open model released, where the people who created and released the model had no clue, probably neither the expertise or the data, to do what Dr. Taha told us. But it dramatically accelerated the innovation that he was able to deliver. So I think that's the second principle is, yes, we have to understand the risk challenges of AI, but I think it would be a mistake as a society and certainly as a country to over-regulate, because you are taking away from the opportunities for this kind of on-the-top innovation by over-regulation. So those are, I guess, the two dimensions that I would call out.
And I'm happy to pick up on that. So yes, absolutely use case. There's highly regulated healthcare sector that you're already in that's going to allow for some level of risk-based regulation and evaluation. And I also do think that there was a concern about a year ago that there was going to be, and particularly when you looked at some of the questions that were in the executive order that came out of the Biden administration about what was going to be the approach with open versus closed, for example. So there was this quite intense process that was led here by the NTIA in the United States that went through a very in-depth process of evaluating what is the additional risk of open models versus closed models. And they came to the conclusion that, yes, there were some marginal risks, but there was no additional regulation or requirements that needed to be put into place onto those open models, which I think is exactly right. I completely agree with what Sriram said there. I think the other two pieces of regulation or sort of areas of regulation that we're seeing emerge are, and of course you will have seen there's been a debate all year in the United States about different bipartisan proposals around privacy at the federal level. We're starting to see states act both on privacy and also on online harm. So standing back from sort of the healthcare model, but actually thinking about generative AI systems that are developing deep fakes that can often be used and weaponized against vulnerable populations. I think both that question of privacy and online harms is going to continue to be something that regulators and legislators are going to continue to look at. And we've seen, for example, some movement in the UK in that regard, and they're reporting out on their recent experience with that. And then the last area that I will just mention is that we are now seeing this international effort around safety institutes and AI safety institutes. So 3 weeks ago was the first convening of the International Network of AI Safety Institutes in San Francisco that was hosted by the United States. And so when we are thinking about what we often hear about in the media, which is sort of the catastrophic or existential risks of these very large systems, there's a research community that is starting to be formed. 10 countries have come together to put in place the evaluations and benchmarking and research that needs to be done to better understand what are the potential safety, broader safety risks of all of these models, whether they're open or closed.
I mean, it's just coming from a regulatory industry. I mean, for the last 10 years now, GE Healthcare been innovating, bringing more AI in our devices and in the workflows. 3 years in a row, we've been leading the number of AI authorization by the FDA. So we deal very closely with here, like FDA or the medical device regulatory in Europe or around the world. And we adopted responsible development and deployment of AI. And those are non-negotiable principles that we adhere by. And we work very closely with regulators on advancing this field. I do believe the current regulators do have the right tools and the stance about how to evolve with this the evolved world of AI, especially the generative nature or the foundation nature. One thing in particular, like when you ask a lot of customers, like they want solutions that integrate seamlessly with their environment using their single sign-on, because patient data is highly private, and cybersecurity is top of mind every customer. So for us, when we build the layers of our solutions, that's job zero for us, to ensure the privacy and security of that information and the encryption of that data, whether that's in storage or in transit. The next layer is now a part of the responsible AI is ensuring beyond the safety of the patients is the fairness of these models and the inclusion of those models. So, and that goes much deeper into even when you train these models, do you have the right wide diversity of population to represent the application? And understanding you'll never be able to get the full picture, so having a continuous monitoring of how these models behave, because all models are going to decay. And start giving you erroneous answer, whether that's because of the data drift or the algorithm drift or even just the feedback that's not residing there. And lastly is really kind of looking at that more holistically when we build these solutions is how we're validating that when we develop these models and when we deploy those models. So a lot of rigor that goes in the quality of the output and the reproducibility of those outputs. And this is, again, something like even with the EU AI Act. I mean, something as simple like asking a robot, hey, bake me a cake. Well, what if it baked you a chocolate cake and you want something else? Right? How do you understand that, the thought process the AI went through? There are open components that actually scrutinize and help open the black box that are part of the way we're thinking about this. Similar how closed models also need to be more niche specific to a specific task that you need to get more superiority out of them in this ensemble. So that's been our approach to this problem.
At the end of the day, isn't it also about what your company is, what you want your company to represent?
Agree.
Regardless of what the regulations are? How that's the bottom line. Who are you when nobody's watching? That's what my mom says, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's why and very similar to what Dr. Taha said, we've had a set of responsible principles for AI that have not waited for regulations to show up. We've also had an internal AI ethics board that looks at this deeply at a company level, both on how we deploy AI as well as projects that we do externally in the open. And I think the last piece I would mention, just connecting the two questions, is I think it's important that all of the safety aspects and the measurement aspects goes back to those also being open. Because I think the open story is not just whether the model is, but all the other surrounding things, the mechanisms to do testing, the evaluation results. Is it reproducible? Is that in the open? Because we have learned, I think, in the history of technology that trying to pretend that somehow closed is more secure has never been true. Has never been true. Just look at the world's largest server operating system, 75% market, is Linux, open source. The largest operating system that powers mobile devices, 75% market share. That's an open operating system. The entire internet is based on open standards and protocols, right? So I do think that there's a little bit of that history telling us that the assumption of closed being more secure is incorrect. It doesn't take away from the importance of having to then understand the risks, monitor them, put the safeguards in.
Maybe think about some of these terms differently than what we thought they were.
I think that's right. And I think also this, the open source versus closed is very focused on the models, but what we've just heard, right, is these models are put into place in broad systemic ways across organizations, across a variety of different applications and use cases, with all sorts of different groups of workers and management and risk management approaches and principles. And so really there's a whole ecosystem of efforts that go into place in order to make sure that these systems are safe and secure. And you have two companies that have really, really committed to making sure that they have their strong and ethical principles in place as they deploy these systems. And at the Partnership on AI, we're trying to create those collective norms across companies and across communities. So I talked a little bit about the harms with regard to deepfakes. We have a synthetic media code of conduct that 18 organizations, all the way from media organizations like the BBC, through to Meta and Google and Microsoft, through to small startups who are creating this technology, through to Witness, a human rights organization that wants to protect their on-the-ground advocates who are trying to report out from really difficult places. They've all come together to say, this is what good looks like in the use of synthetic media and the disclosure and development of it. And that's a really important piece of doing this, and particularly when there isn't regulation in place.
Sriram, in your role as VP of Research at IBM, can you share which products, which businesses that utilize Gen AI have really done far better than you expected, and then some maybe not so much?
Yes, great question. Maybe I will respond to that with two lenses. One is, what are we seeing, since we are provider of technology and solutions and software? What are the use cases we see resonating in the market that we are able to deliver value? And then I'll also talk about IBM as a big multinational, 250,000 people running in 150. How are we using AI, internally as well? So in the external sector, I would say there are three broad use case categories that we have seen a lot of traction and benefit. One is I would characterize this as the world of customer care, which is just driving better automation, better experience, better self-service. That's a broad sweep. It was an important use case for AI even before the Gen AI era, and it's really just accelerated in terms of scope and scale and usage. The second, and we use the word digital labor, you can call it business automation, but this is really around better process, more efficient execution of business processes, whether it is how you do quote to cash, how you do pricing, how you do procurement, how can you drive efficiency there? And that's the second broad category. And I think the third category, and all of these are categories where there is some variation, but we have seen this as patterns across the globe and across industries. And the third one in that list would be IT operations, and I include in that both the management and running of IT systems, as well as the modernization of applications. IBM works a lot with customers who have huge amount of technical debt, systems and software that were written, a decade back. And there's always this thing of how do I modernize it? That's a big task, and can AI help you? So those are the 3 use case areas in which we have seen a lot of momentum, benefit, tangible business value. If I were an inward look, I would say over the last 3 to 4 years, and we've been open about this, the application of automation and AI in particular has driven about $2 billion of cost savings for IBM. And we see line of sight to another $1 billion in the last 12 to 18 months. Now, that's come about by applying AI in HR, in procurement, in our own internal IT modernization, in the way we run, many of our financial processes. So we certainly see that value. And your last question was, where has it not worked? I would approach it, it isn't that it has worked in this use case, it is not. It is just a matter of some are harder to scale than the others. So for example, today we haven't applied AI at the same scale in the most sensitive process, financial reporting processes. Because the governance required is a little bit higher. It's been much easier to apply it to HR, where once you do a good job of understanding, you're able to do self-service for a lot of things without having to look at a human being. So I think I would approach it that way. It's less about a use case specific, it works here, doesn't work here. These models can do many, many things. It's in some use cases, you're able to run faster, scale it better, and get those billions of dollars of benefits. In others, it takes a little bit longer.
Dr. Taha, could you share some use cases that you are particularly encouraged and optimistic about when it comes to healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I want to mention, in 20 years, we haven't seen really this type of technology that's truly transformational, horizontal transformation across all industry, all use cases. But for it to be adopted, especially in a highly regulated environment like healthcare, it's one thing for a model to hallucinate on a poem, and another to hallucinate on getting you wrong answers about someone's cancer journey. So we have to approach it differently. But I really believe in the next 10 years, we're going to see more innovation in healthcare and transform than we saw in the last 100 because of the cloud and these types of models. Right? The example I provided you, with Sonosam track for the ultrasounds, is one great example. Now you can have, in one scan, you can reach so much, and you can have so many capabilities, from tracking to measurement to segmentation to even search and retrieve the image, to transform that from an image to a text report, so that all these efficiency that you see, before you had to build thousands of these specific models just to achieve the same outcome, and then the validation beyond that, right? So this is open also the possibilities now. When you go beyond solitary device, beyond just diagnostic, into other applications like screening, and monitoring and planning, now I'm opening up a lot more use cases where these models can really help elevate the standard of care and the precision of the diagnostics, all the same answer. Now, having said that, it really is a marathon, and we're just the first few steps. Building a purpose-built large model like the one I just mentioned it's still very, very challenging. These models don't require a lot of data to fine-tune. They require very high specialized data. Like, for example, with Sonosam, we had to look at 200,000 ultrasound images to fine-tune that model. For our 3D MR model, that is greater than all the benchmark, our internal benchmark, than the state of the art, whether that's in segmentation, image retrieval from search, whether that's measurement and tracking, or even generating a text report for a radiologist. That takes skill sets, takes highly specialized data sets, even synthetic data that you need to generate to make sure that these models are validated and grounded all the way through. So that I would still think there's more headroom to further kind of make the investment and how we can bring about the next set of innovation that's going to come out of these models.
So there's a question that I hadn't planned, but it just occurred to me because backstage, Dr. Taha and I were talking. He went to school, was educated in my hometown, Houston, which I'm very proud of, the Texas Medical Center, Rice University. And I'm listening, and I'm wondering, when you went to medical school, you could not have imagined that these are the type. So what would you say to someone now who wants to go to medical school?
Oh, it's more fun than ever. I mean, back in medical school, when I was getting my Master of Science, like in machine learning, but then, the biggest innovation was You didn't need any specific programming for these models. They were very superior in prediction. Now, just 15 years ago, when we saw where a computer now can see pixels, right? I mean, look at the advancement we've seen, like GE Healthcare, with all our medical devices, with these authorization, how they're helping. I mean, reduce burnout, improve efficiency. Like, for example, you can get better resolution out of, just give you one example, like with Air Recon DL and MR, just leveraging your existing MR with a software upgrade. Now you'll be able to get twice the resolution in half the time it takes an MR. Wow. That's tremendous patient experience, tremendous value for the care system, that you're not adding cost, you're actually scaling existing capabilities. These are the type of how we saw with deep learning. And now, when the advent of foundation models and next generation is going to be all these autonomously working together, many multi-agentic AI, which we're researching really heavily. For example, I can ask a question, well, what is the recommended treatment plan for this patient? And be able to have a conversation, not just an answer. Conversation where I'm solving a problem with many AI agents, each specialized in a particular area, like radiology and genomics and clinical trials and what have you, all working together to help me solve a problem for this particular patient. And now the cost of care, the access of care, the cost of care will go down, the access of care will go up without jeopardizing the standard of care. So now we can elevate this and democratize truly access to this, where typically you need a tumor board of experts to kind of assemble for one patient, if they're lucky to have that. And you wait weeks, if not months, to kind of assemble that. So I really believe that the future is bright. And if I'm now to go back to medical school, if I had all these tools, from efficiency to productivity, just imagine how much more now we can truly enjoy delivering patient care. We're truly spending more time with the patient and personalizing that patient. And this can fill a gap globally, where now 4.5 billion people around the earth don't have access to any care, not just quality care. So you can really think about these as transformative technology.
That's pretty remarkable. It's very encouraging. I want to come back also to something that Dr. Taha said, and I would like for you to weigh in on this, Sriram, and you, Rebecca, as well. You talked about, when it comes to data, fairness matters.
Absolutely.
How well are we doing when it comes to that?
It's an interesting question, and I would distinguish there maybe between the base model and the fine tuning, because I think the abstract notions of things like fairness and other metrics that we normally use are much harder to define precisely outside of the use case or the domain in which you're doing that work. So I think there's two parts to what I see happening in the field. One is continued development of, if you will, the science and the algorithms and the technique, right? Which are broadly applicable. You can apply it to images in the medical domain. You can apply it to images in the satellite domain, which is a domain that we work with, NASA. You can do that. That's the technology. And then there is the actual rubric that makes sense. Just because I have an algorithm that can spit out a number, fairness or discrimination number, what is the right number that is safe for deployment is not something that algorithm is going to do. That's going to be a domain expert who decides what's the right thing to do. So I think that what we're starting to understand is there is technology to be developed, and maybe I'll approach it this way. We see three words that are often mixed, and I think this is a good way to introduce. You see the word trustworthy AI, you see the word AI governance, and you see AI ethics. And they mean, in my mind, different things. Trustworthy AI is the technology. It's what the computer scientists and mathematicians are going to do, give you the technology to compute that number. AI ethics is what you're going to decide as a corporation, as an organization, what that number should be. And AI governance is the mechanisms you put in place so that if I know I want that number, how do I ensure when I am deploying the system? So these are three things, and I think technology has a big role to play in 1 and 2. In other words, in building the capabilities and building the systems and the processes. But I think eventually the decision on what is right is often goes beyond technology. It's either a domain expert making the decision or society making the decision. So that was a long answer, but I do believe these are three different things, and you shouldn't always assume technology as an answer to the third one.
So on the third one, how are we doing on the third one, Rebecca? How is society doing on the third one?
Great question, and that I'm very happy to pick up, because I was thinking, you mentioned that 4 billion people don't have access to healthcare today, and we know that about 3 billion people do not have access to a reliable internet or digital infrastructure. There's 700 million who have no access to electricity. So there's the fairness question on a global scale, right? Those people aren't in the data sets. Their health and information is not being curated as part of thinking about how we develop these technologies and move forward. And so if we're really thinking about fairness, and yes, we see this in Western countries as well with regard to some populations, but we are really seeing it on a global scale as well. And that is the question of how do we ensure that these technologies are being developed for a global world so that everyone can benefit. And we are starting to see some really neat, innovative approaches that are coming out of Africa and coming out of Asia and all sorts of different areas that are really trying to build language models that are built in indigenous languages, that are built in national languages, and thinking about health models and health data sets that are developed specifically for populations. So we're getting there, but we do still have a long way to go in thinking about how we make sure that this technology is being developed for everyone at the same time. And the other piece of the fairness question is also its impact on workforces and workers. And it was often the case, that AI systems were developed into low resource settings because they had the appearance of being more efficient. And yet they were often deployed as black boxes and were put into algorithmic systems that were providing scorings and ratings, and there was no training or understanding in terms of the individuals who were using those systems. We were talking about efficiency. I was chatting with a GP the other day who was starting to use AI to scribe during their medical appointments, which is great, but at the same time as this technology was introduced, they also were told that they had to double the number of patients they had to see in a day. And the technology is not there in terms of being perfect. So those are the questions that we need to grapple with as we think about how we do this. And one of the things that we've learned at PAI is that the best people, and I think you both mentioned this, that need to be on the team of the development and deployment are the workers themselves. They understand how these systems, what they need to know in order to rely on these systems, how to make sure that these systems are future-proofed for additional work and activities. So it's really making sure that those individuals are engaged in the conversation when we develop and deploy these systems into our workforces.
I just want to add really quick. So just kind of further build, thank you, and on fairness and inclusion is something, even when we build these models, is something we're thinking about. So the training data set has to really accommodate. But when you deploy the model, it doesn't stop there. That's really where it starts. So the continuous monitoring is a big part of this equation. But also as we develop these large models, now they're versatile, they can adapt, they have amazing capabilities, not just like, hey, I'm just looking at an image or I'm looking at one lesion. I can do so many things. Is this notion of back to fairness and inclusiveness and also sustainability is think if there's a large model that requires high level of compute, you have a student model that just performs just as well and can work regardless of the connectivity or the technology that you have. Even here in the US, most health systems don't have large compute clusters that they can leverage. So the cost and sustainability becomes important. So the Son of Sam example I gave you about the ultrasound, we have a student model of that performs just as well, but can be actually deployed on a handheld ultrasound. The beauty about these handheld ultrasound, today we're working, for example, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is taken now where we have guiding a non-sonographer, non-expert in ultrasound, like a nurse practitioner, to be able to tilt the probe, adjust it the right way, and then take a perfect picture of the heart and measure all the chambers and measure the functions of the heart with ejection fraction, all in matters of minutes. And now, with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we're trying to how can we bring that to low and mid income resource countries for maternal health and maternal fetal health, other applications like musculoskeletal disease and whatnot. So now we're talking about access, elevate standard of care, and truly kind of democratize that.
I'd want to pick up on that. I think that's a very important element of this fit-for-purpose models. Yeah. Because if you assume that the technology for it to be useful always requires the biggest infrastructure and the most massive compute, you are, by definition, being exclusionary. Because that right away filters out, right? So a lot of the work to have then good, solid, powerful, open models, connecting it back to the beginning of the conversation, that you can then do domain-specific fine-tuning and distillation into smaller models, actually speaks to this inclusivity and fairness as well. Yeah. That I may not have all the data for a low-resource language or a low-resource use case. I don't want to exclude it. So can I have a powerful base open model that then allows smaller amounts of data in a specific domain to then build a fit-for-purpose model? And I think that makes sense both at a social level, but it also makes a lot of business sense. And we certainly see enterprises moving towards fit-for-purpose efficient models, because otherwise you don't get the ROI that you need.
Okay, I think that's going to be the last word. And I think the takeaway is it's not an either-or. There's a lot of gray, so we're not going to say paradigm battle anymore. All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Taha, Sriram, Rebecca, thank you very much. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Rochelle. Thank you very much to the panel. Accelerating climate tech to scale, the importance of ensuring affordability and reliability while scaling up the climate tech suite is the topic now. Jim Gable is Chevron VP Innovation and President of Technology Ventures. He is in conversation with Shakuntala Santharan. Come on up.
Thank you again, Axel, and hello again. Jim, it is great to be here with you. So,
good to be here as well.
AI is very much in focus, not surprisingly. We've been hearing a lot about it today. We are seeing tech breakthroughs, not just in AI, though, also in climate technology. Let's find out what role companies like Chevron can play in accelerating the deployment of climate tech. So, Jim, you have been with Chevron for over 2 decades. And in your current role, you lead Chevron's primary organization for accessing external technology and preparing it for enterprise scale-up. You leverage venture capital investments and conduct technology pilots. You also have internal transformational technology projects to deliver cleaner energy. So how excited are you about the developments in climate technology? What's unique about climate tech?
Well, Shaq, it's a great question, and very glad to be here. I was worried you were going to ask me an AI panel at first, and I was scared I was going to be over my head. But in terms of technologies affecting energy, you really have to start the discussion with 2 fundamental principles. One is around the amazing way that energy drives human progress in terms of living standards, and the second is about the scale of the industry and the breadth of the industry. And so if we think about the journey we're on to reduce human emissions and to become ever cleaner energy sources, there are 4 big segments that are the source of human emissions. One is power generation, one is industry, one is agriculture, one is transportation. In that order, those are the 4 biggest sectors. And think about the scale of those sectors, think about the breadth of those sectors, think about what that touches. The International Renewable Energy Agency published 2 years ago, and others have their own estimates, that to get to net zero by 2050, if that's your aspiration, you will need to spend $131 trillion to get there, right? That's more than 100% of global GDP. Think about the scale of that. Effectively, you have to redo the Industrial Revolution if you want to address this problem in its entirety. And that is an amazing thing to think about, and that's what's different about climate tech. The capital intensity, the scale, the breadth of what we're trying to achieve.
So climate technology is really broad, right? It covers essentially any kind of technology that's helping to address climate change. Can you give us some specific examples of climate tech that's already making a difference for Chevron?
Sure. Chevron has a 2-fold strategy to reduce its own emissions and develop energy sources for the future while delivering the affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner energy we need today. One is around reducing emissions from our base business, from our current operations, the current fuel supply, and the other is around building low-carbon value chains for the future. And so specifically to your question, Shax, those are carbon capture and sequestration, hydrogen, renewable fuels, maybe geothermal. And Chevron is spending by 2028 $8 billion to do that. And that's from, I think, a 2022 baseline. So when we think about what's already available, how we're already moving the needle, I think about renewable fuels, that second or third one I mentioned. And specifically, think about California and the low-carbon fuel standard and what that has driven in California regarding renewable diesel. And so renewable diesel comes from fats and oils. It runs through a hydrotreating process, then isomerization, and it creates a molecule that's chemically analogous to renewable diesel and to fossil-based diesel, and it's a drop-in fuel. And so because of that, because of the economics, because of the intersection of technology and policy, you now have renewable diesel that's more than half the market in California for diesel. And that, once again, is because it's a drop-in fuel. You don't have to rebuild the infrastructure. And Chevron's a very large provider of diesel in California, one of the largest. We're one of the largest U.S. producers of biofuels. So that's an example where renewable fuels, one of those areas Chevron's investing in, has already made a difference in the marketplace.
And how do you see climate technology developing, Jim? How do you see the lower carbon value chain evolving from CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, to electrolysis?
You bet. Chevron in August brought on First Oil, as we call it, a project called Anchor in the Gulf of Mexico. And this is ultra-high pressure reservoir, 6 miles below the surface of the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, 20,000 PSI. And that took 10 years to bring on stream. It took a consortium of industry players to develop the technology to bring that on, first of a kind. And it speaks to what we need to do in climate tech, and that is partner. So the world's moving too fast for one company to do it alone. It's too complex. Think about some large reservoir that you're developing or an offshore platform, if you have that in your head. Think about all the hundreds of technologies involved there, and one player can't do it alone. And so when I think about what we do to help partnership, incumbents have a great role to play. We have lots of skills to bring. And I think about an example we have with a company called Svantesson. That is a point source carbon capture company. It uses an adsorption technology. And we've partnered with them to help bring that to near commercialization. We first came across them 10, 12 years ago. We initially invested a small amount to help them grow and de-risk the technology. And then we partnered with the DOE and Svantesson to build a pilot that's capturing 25 tons a day of carbon from one of our oil fields in California. And then Chevron New Energies, a sister unit to the groups I run, has invested heavily in their latest round to help commercialize that. And so that's a way that from start to hopefully a finish, we're partnering with folks in the ecosystem to help drive progress.
So we can't do it alone, as you said. Tell us more. How can we scale up these solutions? What role can Chevron play here?
So there are lots of statistics to use about how big the industry is. And we talked about the four segments of human emissions, but also we think about the transportation space. And maybe analogous to that is oil demand. 100 million barrels a day, 102 million barrels a day, depending on which number you have. But think about the scale shacks. So that's about 48,000 gallons a second. So 2.5 residential swimming pools per second is the scaling challenge we have ahead of us. If you're thinking about affecting or replacing or touching that space in our lower carbon journey. So Chevron is partnering is helping to scale in several different ways. One of the big examples we have is the Advanced Clean Energy Storage Project, which is an electrolysis project in Utah that we're currently partnering with Mitsubishi on. We own 78%, Mitsubishi owns 22%. And it's a way we're working with earlier stage companies and power developers to scale technology. So it's 220 megawatts of solar and wind that runs through, I think it's 40 electrolyzers to create 100 metric tons of hydrogen a day that we then store in caverns, salt caverns underground. And then an independent power authority, an IPA, takes that on a continuous basis, converts it to green electrons, and sells those into Los Angeles in the Department of Water and Power. And so that's a way that we're helping an electrolysis company scale. We're helping a project developer scale by Chevron taking the execution risk of that, Mitsubishi helping us take the execution risk of that. And so we can enable the advancement of those technologies and getting to those big numbers we talked about.
Jim, how important is it to ensure affordability and reliability while scaling up the climate tech suite?
Critical is the answer. And just think about how it drives human progress. Think about the hundreds of millions of people that don't have access to electricity, for instance. Think about what Europe went through after some of the challenges they dealt with the Russian gas supply. Their industry realized how important the affordable and reliable part of the energy equation is. And so as we move forward to clearly think about how are we going to make our energy sources ever cleaner, in no way can we stop being affordable or reliable across the energy spectrum. All forms of energy are going to be needed in the future. They all need to be lower carbon. Everybody acknowledges that. Everybody's working hard in that dimension. But we're going to have to keep things affordable and reliable as we do that. Otherwise, we'll run into some significant challenges. Maybe for us, maybe for other folks on this planet.
Do you see more opportunities for scaling up? Are there possibilities to scale up, to quicken the scaling up of these solutions?
Absolutely. There's a lot of money flowing into the sector, and a lot of money is flowing after ideas that fundamentally won't scale. And folks in this room may have seen some of these. You know, the things that use tough elements of the periodic table that you've never heard of and you can't pronounce. They're things that don't fit in a factory. They don't fit in a way that you're going to do what the industry did for solar panels and solar cells. Put them in a factory and create significant economies of scale. They're things that require building brand new distribution systems. So molecules that don't currently have a supply system. Maybe you got to scale supply and demand at the same time. I go back to training a long, long time ago, thinking about commercialization of technology. And we're always thought about, hey, you want to take technical risk on one axis, you want to take commercial risk on the other axis. Don't take both. That's suicide square in the upper right corner, right? And so much of what we do, so much of what we're funding, because we're not on the efficient pathway, really is driving in that high risk, hopefully high reward square. But we can do better than that.
So that's how climate tech is shaping up, but we can't just wait for future solutions. We know that we must lower the carbon intensity of our fuel system now, right, as we use it today. Tell us how Chevron is addressing that.
Absolutely. So once again, I go back to that two-pronged strategy I mentioned, where we're building low-carbon value chains for the future energy system, and we're also reducing the carbon intensity of our core oil and gas business. And so between 2016 and 2028, our intent is to reduce upstream carbon intensity per barrel by 35%. And we're well on the way to doing that. And we're using a variety of technologies in the field. We're doing a variety of different things in the field. One of them is really focusing on methane intensity of our production. We know that methane is a greenhouse gas that's much more potent than CO2. And so over the last 7 years, Chevron has reduced its methane intensity in upstream by over 60%. And we've done that with a global detection program. We've trialed 14 advanced detection technologies. We've deployed several of them. So that's one core area where we're focusing, is on reducing methane intensity. And we also have efforts underway to potentially replace natural gas or diesel gensets in the oil field with potentially green electrons from the grid where we can get them. It's not always the case that you can get them. And other technologies that make us more efficient in the transport or production that then lower the carbon intensity along that 35% target we have.
35%. Now, we're hearing a lot about the transformative power of AI, but that's also going to mean more energy. For example, apparently, on average, a ChatGPT query needs nearly 10 times as much electricity as a Google search. So how do we meet this accelerating demand for energy while still cutting emissions?
We can talk about that. I will first cite that, you know, the amazing energy usage of AI is just another example of the strong growth in primary energy demand. You know, by 2040, IEA says we're going to have 15% more primary energy demand than we do today, and that was probably before AI came about, because that stat's a year or two old. And so as we go forward, we're really going to have to think about the 10 billion people in 2050. how is that going to drive primary energy demand? So this is all just an example of what's coming. Chevron aims to be a leader in the energy space in AI. We're doing things across the company. There's many, many applications, and looking forward to continued success with developing and commercializing them. We have 5 primary areas we're focused on. I won't cover them all, but you can think about some of them. One of them is exploration. There's a lot of data sets, structured and unstructured, that language models can learn from to help us predict where the next well should be drilled. Well operations, what pressure, how's your perfs, frac, depth, those types of databases we also have can be crawled. And then finally, an area I care about because the process technology and the Catalyst group reports to me, and that is around molecular discovery. So how can AI help us think of new molecular interactions that are possible and that are also feasible? We've been working with high-performance computing for decades in Chevron to try and develop those types of predictions. And lots of times you create predictions that might be feasible, but they're costly to get there. And once again, going back to, we've got to find ways to be affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner. At the end of the day, molecules are going to be here for a long time, and natural gas is going to be here for a long time. So I think in the short term, you can see the data centers that have large demand powered by natural gas, potentially with sequestration. In the longer term, there might be behind-the-meter generation technologies, whether that's fusion or fission. We just invested in a small modular reactor company ourselves. So that's more long-term. In the short term, I think it's going to be satisfied like we do today with molecules.
Jim, let's squeeze in one last question.
How are we doing on time?
We're doing very well on time, I believe.
Heard the clock broke, so I was worried.
There it is. So what do you think will be the biggest energy opportunity of the next decade?
I'll go twofold, because I really want to hit home the affordable, reliable piece of all this, as well as the ever cleaner. So back to natural gas. Back to the fact that, since 2005, the U.S. has reduced its emissions by 17%. And that's come from displacing coal-fired generation with natural gas. And that alone has reduced coal-fired as a percent of the power grid to 17%, coincidentally the same number, in the U.S. And that's had a strong effect on emissions. So how can we take cleaner molecules, and how can we help satisfy the amazing energy demands that continue to grow, like we talked about, in an ever cleaner fashion? That's what I think over that time frame, the decade time frame you mentioned, Sachs, is going to be really important. On top of that, and maybe where you'd like to touch base on, is in the lower carbon space. I think we have to identify technologies that don't need to rebuild the supply and distribution system. So I gave that renewable diesel example. It's a great example of a drop-in fuel. If I think of some of the ideas out there, they require full formation of multi-billion-dollar value chains just to get off the ground and get started. And if there's any technology risk, no one's going to fund that. Risk is the problem, not money. The world is awash in money. Risk is the problem.
And on that note,
that's 20 minutes. All right, that was quick.
We have to leave it there. There's so much more to talk about. Jim, thank you so very much for shedding light for us today on climate tech and the energy industry. Jim Gable of Chevron, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Sachs. Okay. 2 final sessions before we close for the day. Both will be helmed by our editor-in-chief, Alessandra Galloni. In 20 minutes... Oh, okay. I'm just being told to extend this a little bit because we're waiting on our guests. So come on in, find a seat. I think this room's going to fill up a little bit in the next few minutes. So I'll let you trickle in before I give you all the details, before I get the nod to continue. All right, so in 20 minutes, we're going to welcome Alphabet and Google President and Chief Investment Officer Ruth Porat. Before that, please welcome OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Friar to our stage. As I said, Alessandra will host both of these conversations. Come on up.
Hello again, everybody. So for the next 50 minutes, we are going to have the leading ladies of the AI revolution. So I hope you'll have lots of questions. I hope we have time for questions. I certainly have some. And so, Sarah, thank you for joining us today. I think Axel mentioned, but Sarah is the CFO of OpenAI, just recently, actually. In June, I believe you started. She has a long career on Wall Street as a tech banker at Goldman Sachs, and then a CEO for the Jack Dorsey at Square. So a lot of experience. Let's jump in. I'm going to ask a couple product questions first, because of course everybody is obsessed with the AI products.
Lots of products.
So ChatGPT, 2 years old now. It seems like it's been around for ages, but fastest growing app in history. 300 million weekly active users, contributed 75%, if I'm not mistaken, of OpenAI's revenue, and you expect revenue to be more than 11 billion next year. Correct me on these numbers if I've gotten them wrong. Tell us where the future revenue growth is going to come from, and more importantly, since you're the CFO, where is the profit going to come from?
Yes, so you're correct that ChatGPT is the fastest consumer app that we've ever seen launched in human history. And it doesn't surprise me, because we're doing something with this platform shift to AI that is unlike anything that we have all lived through in our lives, bigger than the internet revolution. ChatGPT today is 300 million users, but it's growing so fast. If I were here in October, I would have said 250 million. If I were here in August, I would have said 200 million. And we absolutely saw a re-acceleration again in that kind of fall timeframe, because we launched our reasoning models. So you just talked about product. Remember, we've lived through an era of chatbots, ChatGPT, and now we're lifting up again into the era of reasoning with O1, originally O1 Preview, and we just launched O1 formally last week as the first day of the 12 days of OpenAI. Today it is very much a consumer product, but you're right. We think we serve customers across the spectrum. Consumers, large businesses, large enterprise, all the way down to the smallest businesses through our Teams product, and then ultimately to developers, because we need to force multiply what is ultimately our mission of building AGI for the benefit of humanity.
We're going to get back to AGI, but another product question. So you launched Sora yesterday, video generator, but you had to suspend the account creations actually because there was too much demand, and I think Sam Altman said, we're working on it. So what's happening?
Yeah, so we have been so excited to bring Sora out to the world. We demoed it, I think, back in February, and then went back and retrained the model. But in that interim time, we also gave ourselves a moment to go start working with creators, because frankly, these are the real tip of the spear, the true tastemakers that are going to show us all a path of how to use this amazing text-to-video generating technology. We think that is an incredibly important technology, because this is how AI will interact with the world. It needs to understand video. It needs to understand, in some ways, how we as humans interact with one another. So don't think of it as just a product. Think of it as a core building block to ultimately what AI and then AGI becomes. And we are the only company with all of this whole selection of models available today. We did launch Sora yesterday. I hope at least some of you in the room got the chance to play with it. It's super fun. I was building all sorts of interesting little video clips to send off to the family. And I say that actually a little tongue-in-cheek, because I do think it is aimed at this vast spectrum of everyone from a consumer. We have already folks who know the TikTok nation, the Instagram nation, and so on, how to use video in really creative ways. My teenagers are experts, it would appear, all the way up to the most sophisticated users in the entertainment space, who are creating, the things that help us escape from our work lives and really kind of also enjoy that creative side.
I mean, there were some early reviews, and some people said it was so good that it was scary good. I mean, does it scare you at any level?
I think we have come to the market really safety first. And this is something that is deeply embedded within OpenAI. And you see, in particular with Sora, the team really took the time to explain where we have gated ourselves. That's one of the reasons why the number of signups yesterday we were gating. Some of it is just we need capacity, but a lot of it is also we want to be measured. When you go all the way to things like likeness, that is only available to a very small selection of people today because we want to listen and learn. What we've realized with ChatGPT is it behooves us often to get tech out there and see what you all do with it. Frankly, that's where the innovation comes from. But that there are places where we will go a little slower to make sure that we are constantly moving safety first as well.
And obviously video generation in Hollywood, friend or foe?
Definitely friend here. Look, we view this as a technology that can augment what humans are already great at. And the greatest creators in the world are residing in places like Hollywood, for example. And so we want to work with them in the same way that CGI brought us a whole new way of thinking about movie making, right? Remember that first time you saw Toy Story or you saw Monsters, Inc. or whatever? Now you start to have an augmentation to how creators can think about making a movie, for example. As I have talked to folks in the entertainment industry, I just met with a customer last week who does a lot in and around more TV, but live TV. So if you think about what live TV today is, it's sports and news. It's really the last two bastions of live TV. It's very expensive to produce, takes a lot of people, takes a lot of tech. And so he was kind of explaining what it was like to be managing, say, a live basketball game. So you have video feed coming in from all around the court. You have the commentators sitting on the edge of the court. You have the folks back in the box. Maybe you have the folks even back in a different location. And you have tons of metadata coming at you fast. And in real time, you have to almost decide what clip you're going to have. Now, I'm a Warriors fan. I'm sorry, different coast. And Kuminga was literally having the game of his life. I always thought these commentators were brilliant. I'm like, how do they know all these stats? Turns out it's in their ear, people. And he was explaining how they're using our technology to make that real-time TV edit and cut happen, and how it's improving the customer outcome. So to me, it's a great example of where it's not a replacement, it is a true augmentation for ultimately just a better entertainment outcome. And so we get pretty excited about how we can work with the best and the brightest at this, but also seed creativity in places that maybe haven't had the chance to have that sort of creativity before because these tools have not been available to you unless you could really own kind of enterprise class software.
You said news is expensive to produce, and I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. But look, you're also, I mean, you're at a transformative moment in the company because you're at the first stages of a restructuring, right, to make OpenAI into a for-profit company. What are the biggest hurdles on this journey?
Well, maybe I'll start with the opportunity, which is around the nonprofit. The reason OpenAI got created is you had researchers who came with this mission to build AGI for the benefit of humanity. And we cannot lose sight of our nonprofit. So that is really front of mind for the board, who are the board of the nonprofit, and also for those of us who are involved right now in thinking through this restructure. But we also recognize that to take OpenAI forward, because this is a sector where you're going to have compute, data, and algorithms, so the models, and that costs money. And in order to be able to do the fundraising and so on that we want to be able to do at the scale of our ambition, that having a more traditional corporate structure is likely the right answer for us. So we're on the journey. I have nothing, unfortunately. We have a lot of things coming out in the 12 days of OpenAI, but I have nothing to tell you about today. But we are on that journey, but we are being really thoughtful about both our nonprofit plus then how we can build this company forward and be all that we can be.
So on this path, I mean, both Elon Musk, yes, the Elon question, and the AI czar, David Sachs, have been critical of this, of OpenAI, and in particular, sort of this morphing eventually from nonprofit to for-profit. I believe David Sachs almost said it's like you will become a profit piranha. Musk has even launched a lawsuit. I mean, how worried are you about these two individuals who are now obviously very close to this current to the new administration?
So broadly speaking, we view infrastructure as destiny. And why is it destiny right now? It's really important from a United States perspective, whether it's national security or just even how we invest in our country today for productivity reasons, to make sure that we stay at the frontier, that in some ways we're all on the same team. So that, to me, should transcend everything we talk about underneath in terms of competitiveness. Let's make sure, first of all, at a country level, we stay out in front. And then, of course, there's a coalition of whatever we want to call it, Western Alliance, our allies, broadly speaking, that we also want to bring along with us on this journey, because it is vital that we stay out in front. Under Infrastructure is Destiny, we put out a blueprint that actually uses that phrase. We talk about, number one, how do we create economic zones throughout the United States where there is real investment in things like data center builds and so on, real investment in reskilling, making sure people have the right tools to help us build this. Second, how do we think about things like a Transmission Act or a Highways Act where the public and private sector come together? Because at the scale with which we think we will have to build to bring literally human intelligence right by your side every single day, right? PhD level answers to whatever problem you are working on. And believe me, my Christmas list deserves a PhD level person right alongside. That we are reskilling people, we're thinking about education. I think the third thing for us is how do we also think about things like access to power? Our nuclear industry today, China has created in the last 10 years the same scale of nuclear outcome as we have created in the last 40 years, for example. So there's lots of ways that we think we lift the country, and ultimately at a productivity level, you all know sitting in this room, right? If GDP grows not just by basis points, but by points, because of an injection of a technology like AI, that compounding effect in terms of outcomes for everyone is really incredible.
I mean, you've described a very sort of illuminated, almost platonic ideal of collaboration for everybody working for the good of the country. But if I could press you a little bit, I mean, how do you expect the new administration to balance the corporate interests of its advisors, so a Sachs or Musk and others, with those of sort of the technology drive, the technology needs?
I mean, I trust, first of all, that our new president coming in, our president-elect, will actually be the president of this AI generation. He's going to be right there at the beginning of it, maybe even as things like AGI, we get there. So I believe, first and foremost, everything I just said will be the real driving force. Underneath it, we're competitors. There's a private sector in here too, and of course we are worthy competitors. There's a reason why I love the Warriors, right? They don't go out in the field to, shake hands with the other side. They're there to win. And I think each of us who are in the space as competitors are also there to win.
So what's the worst thing Elon Musk could do to OpenAI?
I trust just in the end. I think Sam said it really well. Good grief, I'm tired.
It's only 6 months. It's only 6 months.
Sam said it really well last week that, given, and he knows Elon in a way that I do not know Elon today, but that he trusts that as a competitor, he'll put first the national interest and compete appropriately.
You said something interesting, which I think is true, is that that this president, that the president-elect, could be the president of AGI, right? That at a time you could reach this sort of superhuman intelligence, but with a president who many are worried actually could reign over sort of political upheaval and disturbance. How do you push a technological revolution amid possible political upheaval?
So first of all, AGI remembers artificial general intelligence, not superintelligence, general intelligence. So as I think about the kind of staircase in a way, in my brain I kind of can almost see a slide on it, but starting with chatbots, right, the world we've lived in, for just 2 years. And you kind of said, gosh, it feels like it's been around forever. We really already started to take a lot of kind of the drudgery out of our day-to-day work. I don't know about all of you, but there's a lot of stuff that I used to have to do that I'd spend hours summarizing documents for my board or summarizing things for my senior executive level. It's just gone. I see my finance team. Today, my finance team is about 18% the scale of what a benchmarked finance team should be at because so much of our rote task is gone. Go up a level, now you have reasoning. And reasoning models are really important to this next phase of agentic because reasoning allows a model to go down a track to try to get to an answer. If it hits a cul-de-sac, it almost backtracks and it tries a different route to an answer. And that's important because historically, when as software engineers, we've tried to develop agent-like, they always get stuck. They get stuck on really kind of things that for humans seem so easy and obvious. But for them, because it's not the engineer coding it didn't think of every single permutation, they're kind of stuck. So now you have a model that can reason to get to agents. And we think that's just the beginning of what 2025 will be about. Agents who are really there to help you day-to-day tasks. But then agents for innovation, we're already starting to see some of that push through. We are building an agent that will solve theorems that scientists have never solved before, help with drug discovery and new molecular creations that humans have never gotten to alone. And then finally, we talk about agentic enterprises. And so it's a much broader definition of what AGI is. So back to your question about living in a world where this could be in the foreseeable future, I think we are going to see a lot of motion next year around agents. And I think people are going to be surprised at how fast this technology comes at us.
But how will we know when we've reached AGI? How do you define it?
Yeah, we have actually tried to not overly define, but instead give this ladder of what we expect to see. There's a lot of benchmarks out there that others have put forth. And what I see with O1, frankly, is it's already hitting a lot of the benchmarks. Like originally, if you think about the Turing test, it was a very basic point of view of like, could a model do this? Check, done. Then it became, could it be this level in math, in biology, in physics, in coding, and so on? Check. I mean, O1 is a reasoning model. It's already there. It's PhD level in all of these things.
But so is it give us a timeline then. Is it 2 years away? Is it 10 years away?
We think it's more likely to be kind of in the shorter term. I don't believe it's a decade, actually.
Okay, so closer to the 2 years. Just back to sort of financial questions, some of your investors, if we think then about the future of the company, not of AGI, that some of your investors have publicly said that the next step for OpenAI should be to go public. And do you agree? And what factors would you consider in that? That's a CFO question. Come on.
That is a good CFO question. So I will reply with my good CFO answer for my team, which is always, first of all, an IPO is not a destination. An IPO is a milestone on the journey because, believe me, having lived on the other side twice now in an executive seat and multiple times as a board member, man, oh man, it is quite the journey that you're on as well. How I think about it, like the why, is always the starting point. So I think it's a very good credentializing moment for companies. Kind of says, okay, you can kind of pull on your big girl pants and get out there and be a public company. Secondly, it is a good hygiene moment. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and having to show to the world every 90 days your financials, I actually think is a very good hygiene moment for not just the finance organization, but broadly the company. I think third, clearly, the door opens to many, many ways to think about financing a company beyond just pure equity, because it's a faster way to move through the stack of convertible, mezz debt, straight debt, and so on. Doesn't mean you can't do that as a private company. I think we're going to have to be very innovative in how we think about financing because the needs are big. But it is kind of the next door open moment. You can be ready. The market might not be ready for you. So you have to take that into account as well. And then finally, there is also, with the eyes of the world on us, I think that we have to be conscious of, is this the right next move? I think companies like Palantir have shown you can do very sensitive things and still be very successful public companies. There's others like SpaceX is a good example where you're doing very innovative things and have remained private for a long period of time.
One of the reasons I asked you about this and also about sort of when you think we reach AGI is the relationship, it has relevance for your relationship with Microsoft. And because, of course, you've said that when the board declares that OpenAI has achieved AGI, alphabet soup, the exclusive license of your technology to Microsoft then ends. And so I guess when do you predict that the Microsoft will end being your primary partner?
So I would start by saying our relationship with Microsoft is good and has been a very important relationship. It's almost age-defining of the AI age. I think we look back in the history books and say, wow, when those two came together, when Sam and Satya sat down and said, we're going to do this, it was an incredible moment because we were able to leverage Microsoft's scale as a hyperscaler, their data centers, their compute, alongside their balance sheet to go build it. And they were able to leverage just the sheer smarts of our researchers, the algorithms that we built to create the AI that we know of today. Both our own products, but even Microsoft's APIs and so on are built atop of those algorithms, those models. That said, we have a big appetite for compute, which is already starting us down a path. We announced our deal with Oracle earlier this year as a good example of diversification. And so I think about it less as like this moment of declaring AGI and more about how do we as partners continue to both maintain what's very good in our relationship in terms of helping each other grow, but also recognizing that diversification is a good thing as well in terms of growing the whole industry pie.
So, we've talked a lot about sort of the possibilities, right, and sky's the limit. But earlier on a panel today, we were talking about a piece of research that showed that there is a big gender gap when it comes to adoption of AI in companies. There was a recent paper based in Denmark which surveyed 100,000 workers in 11 occupations that were exposed to AI, and the survey found that 20 percentage points, that women were 20 percentage points less likely to use ChatGPT than their male counterparts in the same occupation. So how do we close that gap?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I've even seen U.S. data on this, and it's real. There is a gender gap, and particularly if you know me at all, I am a proud champion of like holding the torch for women across the spectrum, and so that bothers me. Frankly, I'm really proud and privileged to work in a place like OpenAI because I want to have a seat at the table to push to make sure that this technology is available to everyone. On the female front, I think a couple of things that are skewing the data right now. Your data is very particular in the same job category, but I would say, first of all, because coding has tended to be one of the earliest use cases, and frankly, because we have a massive gender gap in coding, it is effectively an initial diversity problem that's now begatting another diversity problem. And so that's kind of one thing we all need to keep working on, how to bring more diversity into tech and into tech companies. I think beyond that is, getting the word out that if you are not just playing around with this technology and trying it, you are missing out. I mean, ChatGPT is available to the world. It's free. And we need to keep helping people understand it's as simple as just downloading that app onto whatever device that you have. And then just helping them understand that there can be just really kind of easy, just day-to-day things that we can do with the technology. I kid you not about my holiday list. I am doing it on ChatGPT, and my people are going to be more gifted than ever with really interesting ideas. So simple things like that. In fact, some of our most common searches are things like, what's for dinner tonight? Give me a good recipe. You can kind of see the working moms of the world are uniting to try to make their life a little easier. I think it is also important, whether it's in education, all the way through now into the workforce, that the folks who sit in the places of power are pushing the need for this and explaining the positive outcome. I had the pleasure of sitting on a panel last night with the head of school at Georgia Tech, and I was so impressed by how he was talking about the use of AI. In fact, he gave an example, and maybe it's a little near and dear to my heart because I do have a high school senior, but he said his admissions person came and said, what are we going to do about the people who might cheat by writing their admissions essays with ChatGPT? And he said, they've been doing it for decades. And his admissions person was like, what are you talking about? And he said, well, if your family could afford to spend probably a couple of grand, they probably were paying some neighbor or some consultant to write your kid's essay for you. Now we're democratizing this because now everyone has access to the same technology. So now let's put on our website and explain to the folks writing their essays how to use the technology well. So that in the end, what we're getting is an augmentation where the best kids who deserve the spot are getting it because they're not telling their story when they maybe don't have parents who went to college, who maybe don't have all that guidance, but now have a tool at their fingertips to create that sort of democratization of opportunity. So that's where I get really excited about our role to go out and tell that message. And everyone in this room, please help me, because I personally am on a mission to close the gender gap.
Let's just ask. This is a pretty gender balanced room. Okay, how many people in this room use ChatGPT at least once every day?
It's pretty good, actually.
What do you get in crowds like this? Is that representative?
It's not bad.
It's not great
I really
either.
Hope. I'm like, come on, people. Yeah, I mean, I would like to think. I mean, it's on us.
It was balanced, gender-wise. It was balanced, but it wasn't a great showing.
It was very balanced. Yeah. I'm surprised.
Yeah, but I do.
Behind.
Now I have two quick questions before we close. One is I'm an editor, so I have to ask you the question: your relationship, yours and of your industry, with media companies. You know, on the one hand, it's fraught. New York Times lawsuit. If you want to tell us anything about that, we're glad to listen. On the other hand, lucrative, right? I'm thinking of all the deals that have been signed, with the media companies and LLMs. Are you a friend or a foe of the media industry?
I believe we can be friends, and I think that's why we have done deals with folks like Axel Springer. We've done deals with News Corp and so on, because today as we use data, clearly we lean on fair use and data that is publicly available. However, what we see with media, right, is access to population, access to people who want to read your news is really important, and it's shifting so fast under your feet. What we have today is 300 million users who come to ChatGPT every single week. Clearly, we need to work on this room. But 300 million users who come every single week. And those are folks who can get access to your content. I also think there are just so many other ways to think about media. Like, for example, you talked about real-time news. Where does real-time news tend to happen? It tends to happen in moments like what just happened in Syria, for example. And what's happening? You have journalists on the ground. What are some of the things they have to do? Often it's even just basic things like translation services, right? If they're in a refugee camp of Syrian refugees and want to talk to them, they have to bring a translator along. They have to da-da-da. Now we have a technology that's in your pocket that in real time you can talk to someone speaking multiple different languages, and it's translating in real time. And I think this is a way to also bring about for newsrooms even more of just what's actually going on the ground. So I think these are just examples of where we are much more friend, because it's like the internet. This technology is happening, so let's figure out how to make it to the benefit of strong news, which is the underpinning of a democracy, in my opinion.
I do think so. If you're Reuters, you don't necessarily need translators, because we have reporters working in their own countries.
Of course.
Or local reporters working alongside the international correspondents. But yes, no, that's absolutely. And my last question to you is, you've been in the financial sector. We were in the financial sector for many years. Now you're in the tech sector. So what is the difference between being a rare top woman in the banking world and a rare top woman in the tech world?
Ooh. My, that is a good question.
You can make it sartorial. You can give us a sartorial answer if you like.
I wish that the whole thing was just getting easier and I was no longer rare in anything that I do. Like, I started my life as an engineer, and then, I kept moving through these bastions of, femaleness. That's a joke. From consulting to banking to tech, and even, CFO roles and so on. So first of all, just let's keep working on this, people. We can all do better. What I do like about technology is I feel I have more ability to go impact broadly the world in a way than even I did in the finance sector. Like, people always felt like finance was omnipotent because in the end, where's the money? But I actually think it's so much more than that. And that was my moment in my career when I went from kind of being in banking to coming into tech. It was this moment of really feeling like I'd lost my way in terms of purpose. And I really felt like I found it again inside the tech sector, and each kind of turn of the crank, getting now to work on something that is human intelligence, like the way we turn on a light switch, available to every human being on the planet. I can't think of anything else I want to wake up every morning and do.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for joining us.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Great. And now I am going to welcome my second guest, Ruth Porat.
Thank you so much.
There she is. thought you'd abandoned me there. So Ruth needs very little introduction. So Ruth is president, Ashel mentioned it already, but I will repeat it, President Chief Investment Officer at Alphabet. So she is the woman in charge of spending money for Google. Not bad. And of course, Ruth is a big name in financial circles in this city. All of you know her. She has had a stellar career. at Morgan Stanley as an investment banker and as CFO. So she, all of you know her. She needs no introduction, and I'm thrilled to be speaking with Ruth. So let's start.
Thank you for that.
Well, no, absolutely. So I don't know if you heard me before, but I said I had the pleasure for this hour really to be talking to sort of two leading ladies of the tech sector. A couple of questions that I did ask Sarah, I'm going to ask you as well, so you have a little bit of an advantage. But look, let's start just sort of with the business, right? And I think what's interesting is, investment. You're obviously dealing with investment, and the level of investment that is needed to keep pushing the frontier of this AI technology. Some of your rivals, including, OpenAI, have really bandied astronomical figures, right? 100 billion data center projects, 7 trillion, in fundraising. You're on track this year, I believe, to spend $50 billion on chips, data centers, and other capital expenses. Can you give us a sense of how Alphabet is thinking about investment? I mean, is the sky the limit here?
So our view is that we are living in this absolutely extraordinary time. It's a generational opportunity. And when opportunities like this come along, which is very rare, you need to lean into it. And the upside, as we've talked about frequently, is there's economic upside that's in the trillion, 17 to 25 trillion globally are the estimates by 2030 if there's diffusion across industries. It's the ability to address major issues in healthcare and education beyond. It's the ability to push the frontier in science, and there's so much around security. That is a sizable opportunity. And so we're executing against it across all of our platforms, across search, ads, YouTube, what we're doing on the Pixel phone, what we're doing in cloud, and that's what we should be doing. We're looking at the metrics and progress we're making, and of course we need to generate a return on that, and our view is that the ability to actually get diffusion across industry provides an attractive return. It needs to be measured, analytical, but we see the upside, and we've got to be leaning into it, and we are.
And so a sense of the scale, because again, these figures are really big that some of your competitors have talked about.
These are sizable numbers, no question about it. But I guess the main point I come back to is how do you generate a return on that capital? And we need to make sure that we're positioned to be able to capture the upside as it continues to play out. And I think it's still an evolving story. We're excited about what the opportunity is.
And you've had a lot of news over the past few days, so we're going to get to that. But you recently have done quite a bit of travel to Southeast Asia, to the Middle East, also in the U.S. And so globally, where's the biggest opportunity for Alphabet to invest more, in particular in data centers and infrastructures? How are you thinking about the globe for this kind of investment?
So the opportunity is profound, as I've said. We continue to disproportionately invest in the U.S., and we see that as continuing to be a priority area for investments, including our technical infrastructure build-out. In fact, just today, we announced a deal that we're very excited about with Intersect Power and TPG Rise Climate. And what we're looking at doing here is a really unique approach to bringing the three parties together to build what we call basically power campuses. It's a power-first approach. They're energy centers. So you combine data centers with carbon-free energy. And the value of this combination of these energy centers is that you can build them more rapidly, they're more affordable, you're not putting pressure on the grid, you have fewer kind of pressures coming from transmission constraints in the U.S. These kinds of novel approaches are going to be key to ensure that the U.S. can benefit from the upside in AI. So we're continuing to invest here, no question about it, and as I said, it's the majority of what we're doing. That being said, everywhere I travel around the globe, what I'm hearing from leaders is that they see the upside for their country, the economic upside, and then these solutions around, you name it, healthcare, education, agriculture, and beyond. They want to be a part of the digital transformation. And one of the prime objectives I have is how do we maximize the impact of everything that Google can bring and generate an attractive return on it as well. And heads of state don't want to miss out in this moment in time, nor should they. That's what's been exciting in the travels, whether it's in Southeast Asia or the work in the Middle East, where we similarly announced a very exciting expansion, the ability to deliver cloud compute capabilities, or again, across Europe.
So you said you're investing a lot in the U.S. What have your first conversations with the new administration, what have they been like? I mean, did it make you feel confident about continuing such investment in the U.S.?
I think the most exciting thing we look at is this really is the era of American innovation. And the opportunity to capture this upside, the U.S. is in a very strong position. We need to invest to capture the upside collectively across all of the companies. And so when I think about the work that we did collaboratively with the Trump administration round one, it was in areas around how do you ensure that you have an investing environment that is conducive to getting investment dollars into the U.S.? How do we think about what some of the digital skilling opportunities are for the new jobs that are created across the country? How do we think about some of the pushback that we may be seeing outside of the U.S. and really stepping up and supporting U.S. companies? And there was already something that came out today from the president-elect about the imperative to increase U.S. investment in the grid, which I think is not only about AI and data centers, but what's really important is we're seeing more onshoring of manufacturing, electrification across industries. When you take those three factors, AI, onshoring, and electrification, it's an exciting upside opportunity for the country. You need energy to power it. And so you can have the upside only if you do the investments. If you don't want the upside, you don't need to do the investments. And so there's an all-in approach there. So I think given, again, this is a profound opportunity as a catalyst for the U.S., we look forward to working with the administration.
You know, it's interesting, and we talked about it a little bit with Sarah, you know, that Donald Trump could be the president of AGI, right? The president under which, especially, it's likely that AGI is reached under this presidency. And so it's kind of remarkable that machines are sort of reaching, you know, human or superhuman level during what could be, what some are saying, you know, could be a very chaotic political backdrop, you know. And I think so there is a question that says, well, how do you push technological advancement and this sort of technological revolution that you're talking about in a potentially a political and judicial situation that could be fraught?
You know, there's a lot in your question. I would say first, I'll quote Demis Hassabis, founder of Google DeepMind, who actually
just last night,
just today, was in Stockholm receiving the Nobel Prize for his work and the work of his team. John Jumper as well received the Nobel today, really creating something AlphaFold, which was open source to the world, which has been credited as being the single greatest contribution to drug discovery in our lifetime. It's about predicting protein structure, absolutely astronomical. We're so proud of him. But what I'm deferring to him, because he is obviously the expert on this, his view is, look, there are stepping stones to get to what is AGI, and there are many definitions of AGI, and recently he said he thinks it's farther out than that. But I don't think that's actually the most important point. I think the most important point is the extraordinary upside from AI that is here actually today. So we've been infusing our products with AI for many years now. We have billions of users around the globe who are benefiting from it. We have seven products that have more than 2 billion users, another 8 that have 500 million. And this is an opportunity to improve each one of the products and experiences for users with AI. My comment that with the economic upside, that occurs if and only if there's adoption across industries and truly a radical rethink of how we can use it. And I want to quote Demis one more time, because when he embarked on this journey for AlphaFold to predict the protein structure of all proteins because of the importance for drug discovery, there were people who said it's just not possible. And his answer was, why not? And the reason I say that is I keep saying to everyone when we're looking at what are the applications of AI, why not? We need to do a radical rethink of every element of our business, each one of us, if we're going to capture the upside. And I'm going to give one more stat, which is when we look at what we did in translation, Google Translate, hopefully everyone's used it somewhere.
How many of you, we're doing show of hands here, how many of you use Google Translate?
Thank you.
Yeah, that was better, by the way. That has to be said. That was better than those who use ChatGPT.
Well, we're super proud that we've been on this journey for 20 years. We now offer Google Translate 260 languages. You can access information in your own language. In the last 6 months alone, we added 110 languages, added 500 million people who can access information in their own language. And the reason I think that stat is so important is it basically says AI reaches this point and it's a vertical lift. So marry those two comments. It's really important that we each radically rethink what we're doing, and we do it now, because it's really hard when things actually hit that trajectory to catch up. So I think we're living, all your points are right that this is an extraordinary time, but I think the tools, the need to act the benefit of AI applied to business, applied to all that we're doing, is actually here right now.
You know, I hear you speak about the possibilities in healthcare and other industries. I also, you talk about this has become a very capital-intensive business. Is Alphabet still a software company?
So we are. We are, of course, investing meaningfully in our technical infrastructure. I think our view when it comes to AI is the way we look at it is not your software, your hardware, but what we offer that's truly distinct is the full stack. And it starts with this extraordinary research at the front end. It's not only the work that Google DeepMind, Demis, John, others, Jeff Dean have been leading for so long, but this week, this was a good week. This week we also announced the breakthrough in quantum computing with the quantum computing chip Willow.
Your shares today, that was my next question, jumped today over this.
Well, we're really proud of the team. They've been on a journey for quite some time on AI quantum computing. They have a lab down in Southern California. And what's extraordinary for those of you who haven't seen it is what they were able to do is to accomplish calculations in less than 5 minutes that on the best supercomputers today would take 10 septillion years. I can't even get the number out because I had to Google what it is. 24 zeros. To put that in context, longer than anyone believes the universe has been around. So what this could unlock is profound. In any event, it starts with the research. That goes to the models, the Gemini model. Then you go to your question about technical infrastructure, and it's our proprietary chips and the way we're building data centers. And then it's the ability to actually deliver these experiences across all of these platforms, the billions of users around the globe. That's the way we look at it as distinct from this binary hardware software.
So let's bring it to the little people, the billions of users. When, for this particular quantum, when is sort of the quantum iPhone or Google search moment?
It's a journey. So they're still doing work on it. As you may expect, I do ask that question quite frequently. I think what's extraordinary is they continue to have breakthroughs that go to this Demis question, why not? What's the art of the possible? And it underscores the efficiency that can come over time as we continue to innovate.
So you're going to continue to invest in this particular technology, in quantum.
Invest in quantum.
But again, I guess sense of how long before before consumers see the upshot.
It's an interesting question, and
because you must ask it, right? I mean,
I do, but I don't mean to. Look, the reality is we're talking about AI here today, and we've been infusing our products, as I said, for more than a decade with AI. Many things that people take for granted. When you take a photo and you want to do photo search, that's AI. All the language translation that I've been talking about, AI. There's so many elements, autocomplete, AI. There are elements today that we all take for granted. These are journeys, and then all of a sudden, of course, this is a profound moment. So we're continuing to innovate in the quantum lab as well.
I want to just go back to the new administration, because you sound very upbeat about it. But there have been some utterances by some of the we talked before about Elon Musk, David Sachs, that could go counter to sort of personal interest that could go counter to everything you're talking about, to sort of technological revolution. Does this administration worry you at all? And some of the utterances that have been made by some of the people close to the president-elect?
I think in every administration, it's our obligation to deeply engage. So probably the most profound, you know this, but for me, the most meaningful part of my career was when I was at Morgan Stanley, and the world was going into the financial crisis, and I had the incredible privilege to work with Secretary Hank Paulson in the Bush administration, working through what was going on with the housing crisis. It was Fannie Mae, then Freddie Mac, then AIG. And the value is you bring deep technical expertise that comes from actually being in the trenches in a particular area. In that case, it was financial services. Now it's technology that helps address issues for the country. So we're going to get deeply engaged, and we think the devil is in the details. And there's so much upside in this moment of innovation, and the U.S. is in a prime position to take advantage of it.
And you've already had initial sort of positive conversations, presumably.
It's very early.
Oh, he's done a lot already. So look, again, I have to ask this because obviously I'm an editor, and Google has gotten a lot of credit over the years for putting money in particular to shore up local news. This is something I know a lot of you are very passionate about. But at the same time, there's AI tools that have been basically built up by scraping up our content for free. What is the value of trusted news for you?
I think the value of trusted news is profound. Quality news is profound, and I thank you for your comment. This has been core. Sundar talks a lot about the joy as a child being the third in line to get to read that newspaper that was passed down from grandfather to father to him. And so we have had a real focus on ensuring we're driving traffic to news through search, through YouTube. And when you look at a lot of the, really over this last cycle, how much came to news through what we're doing, I think that remains very important. And I also think there are kind of two parts to your question. Each one of us, whatever we're doing, is going to need to be able to leverage AI and technology to make us as productive as possible, as one has always done throughout history. And so we're very focused on both parts of that.
I mean, with your financial cap on, you know, how much should the AI companies pay the media companies? How would you make that calculation?
So we have our partnerships team, as you know well, works very closely with the media. Because back to your main point, it's a very important ecosystem.
Let's talk a little bit about healthcare, because obviously that is very passionate. I mean, you have spoken passionately as a cancer survivor about the promise of AI to improve healthcare outcomes. And Alphabet has invested in this area for years. And obviously then, you know, the Nobel Prize winning research. There have been some challenges, you know, among hospital system customers, I know in the UK and the NHS. What is the biggest new bet on health that you're making that we don't know about?
You know, I often get the question, the biggest new bet. And I'm going to answer your question because I feel like I keep coming at different angles. The biggest bet we continue to make is actually the application of AI to search and continuing to evolve that experience. And when you have something as beautiful as this, where we can, you know, it's gone from 10 blue links to text search to video search to now we have AI overviews and other things, it keeps evolving. And we're meeting people where they want to be met. You know, it's extraordinary. You can do search. You just take a photo through. How many of you? I'm almost afraid to ask this. How many of you have used Google Lens, where you take a photo and beautiful, walk down the streets, you find something you're interested in for the holiday, you take a photo, immediately you'll get information. Where can you access it? It's a fabulous way of searching. So that remains important. The cloud upside, given the economic implications for AI, super important. Those are big investment areas. Love health, so I definitely want to answer your question. And it's in a number of different areas. So we open sourced AlphaFold. We also built a company called Isomorphic that was really built off of that, and have partners that we brought in to further advance drug discovery. And it really is viewed as this catalyst for drug discovery, which is absolutely extraordinary and exciting. And then we're doing other work throughout research, which we're really proud of. So I'll give you two examples. There's something called diabetic retinopathy. You can lose your eyesight if you have diabetes. And with AI, it is very easy to do a test and intervene and actually change diet or other things such that you can save someone's eyesight. And in the global south, we're already working in communities to use this technology. And that's when I say it is here and now and making a difference. That's an example where hundreds of millions of people are subject to losing eyesight because of diabetes. An area I'm really excited about is all of the work on early diagnostics. We had a breakthrough years ago, early detection of metastatic breast cancer. As a 2-time breast cancer survivor, that's extraordinary that anyone, anywhere around the globe can have a radiologist with the assist of AI who can have the same amazing quality read I had up the street at Memorial Sloan Kettering. And my oncologist had said, when I asked him about it, the only way to democratize healthcare is with AI. So we're doing a whole host of different work. There's also work to actually help support nurses and take away some of the mundane they don't need to be doing so they can spend more time looking to the patient. Or again, my oncologist said his great hope with AI is it can restore humanity into the doctor-patient relationship. Because instead of looking at the screen, as many of us have experienced, when you're in the doctor's office, I can look at you and I can get support from generative AI, and I can have a better experience as the patient, probably pick up better things as the doctor. So there's a whole that's being done, and you're seeing some of it infused within search, so you get answers to queries. But I think it's a really exciting area because it's here, it's now, it democratizes the access to quality healthcare, and that's what gets us excited.
So Tell me of a big investment idea that you said no to. You must have said no to something.
Oh my gosh! I think the biggest place of what you're saying is how do we do capital allocation. I think the most important thing is you have to invest for long-term growth. If you don't, you sow the seeds of your own destruction. And so it is very hard, and I saw this as a banker, too many companies waited sort of till there was no more kind of gas in the engine or whatever you call it these days, energy in the battery. And then there's like, hey, can you help me with this? It's like, it's too late. You need to start building for the future today because it'll be here faster than you know. We've been on this Waymo journey for a really long time. It is an extraordinary experience. Anyone who gets to San Francisco or LA, Austin, Phoenix, you got to try it. It's one of the top tourist attractions in San Francisco today. The number of rides continues to grow. We're really proud of what we've done. It has been a long investment, and our view was this plays right to our strengths around AI and the ability to actually develop the autonomous driver. We're positioned to do that, and so we will. And so that was a long-term bet. To answer your question, the critical issue, and Sergey said this years ago, scarcity breeds clarity. And what you don't want to do is investing too much is bad, investing too little is bad, and it's trying to calibrate what do you really need so that you're continuing to force everyone in capital allocation to tell you what's the absolute P0s I must do, where do I draw a line in the sand, and these are probably further down so I can take some of the resources from the bottom and put them to the top. And so you're actually squeezing from within to make sure that you're putting your resources where you need to. That was a way to get no capital. So we say no to a lot of things along the way, and it's easier to try and say it earlier on. You've seen us deprecate a number of things along the way, and some gaming and other areas, but a lot of it's just how do you get the portfolio balanced.
One of the themes of this conference is leadership and management, and you have championed AI upskilling programs so that everyone can gain dexterity with new tools, including Google's. And basically to ready themselves for changes in the workforce. We're all seeing it, right? What do you tell professionals about how to deal with job disruption, even when computer programmers themselves are seeing their jobs disrupted? What do you tell them within your own workforce, but also outside?
So first of all, 60% of jobs today didn't exist 80 years ago. And the fastest growing job category, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is other. It's so new it has not yet been classified. And that's been true throughout history, that new jobs are created that we don't even see. Even if you go back to 2000 and kind of the birth of all these new startups, internet companies, there was so much that's evolved since then that we didn't see at that time. So each of us needs to be resilient and know that we need to focus on what are the skills we need to leverage the tools that are here today. What we're seeing, and we're in a wonderful position because there are so many growth upsides still. So what we're looking at is if you get operating leverage in certain areas, how can that unlock the ability to actually focus on the most important work that one needs to do? And so this is an operating leverage tool for each one of us, and you need to think about how do you actually then redeploy where you can. And that's what we're doing. I think of it when I said that this is an imperative for each one of us to figure out how to radically rethink our business so you do capture that upside, so you're part of that 17 to 25 trillion globally, because if you're not on the upside, somebody else will be, and you'll kind of have your clock cleaned. What's really important is it's not just technology. It's a process change and a people management change, which is why your question is so important. And figuring out how you can redirect where people are spending their time is a valuable part of this.
We talked about it before, but there is a gender gap in this transformation, and that just the uptake of AI tools in general, let alone what the job transformation will
I'm really
bring.
glad you brought that up, because before that data came out quite recently.
You'd seen it already. You'd seen it.
I just saw it like last week. And my view is when I think about my career and the breakaway moments I had in my career, it was during moments of transition. So it was, ran tech at Morgan Stanley in the late 90s, did all the internet IPOs. I ran the financial institutions group. I was a downside scenario during the financial crisis, but that was a breakaway moment. Times of change are breakaway moments. I think in particular, They can be great breakaway moments for women in fields like tech or finance that tend to be male-dominated. So I was making the point, this is a great breakaway moment. If you're young, learn it. There are probably many who are in more senior positions who aren't as tech fluent. You can have a breakaway moment, and if you're running a company, you've got to be at the front end of change. Then that data came out. And so I think very consistent with the type of work that we've done at Google, we have a program called Grow with Google. We offer 3 to 6 month training programs. You really don't need fluency in the subject before you embark on it. You can get a certificate at the back end of it. We do everything from an AI opportunity skilling program. We do cybersecurity, data analytics, project management. I would say anyone who's asking that question, which is a really important question, you need to be resilient, you need to keep learning, and there are on-ramps that are very manageable. And so I would encourage everybody to do it. In particular, I don't like to see that data and that gap that you described.
So last question to you, which is similar to the one I asked Sarah, but what is the difference between, I mean, you were a rare woman at the top of finance for many years, and also a rare woman now at the top of tech. What is the difference between being a rare woman at the time when you were in finance and a rare woman at the top now of tech?
Well, we've had the passage of time as well. And when I was growing up in finance, you didn't have sort of the aspirations to actually see more women rising up through the ranks. You didn't have men, in this term allies, of course never heard about. I had an amazing person who I now realize was a sponsor at one point when I took on tech. His comment was, I think you're going to soar, but if you stumble, I'm here. He ran institutional equities. He's like, I'm your senior air cover, and I've been using that term constantly. I think we all need to be senior air cover. We all need to have senior air cover. So certain things have evolved. I think, for me, the biggest difference is there's more impatience in tech. If you can have a self-driving car, why can't we fix some of the other things on the people side? And the reason is because we're people, but that's not a good answer. And so I think that there's a level of impatience, and I love impatience. Impatience really goes, frankly, back to Demis's question, why not? And so trying to harness that and understand, so what are the solutions that you can see from tech, because of that impatience is pushing change in a way that's, I think, highly constructive. And I think I heard Sarah saying this as I was waiting to come on. It's a fun industry, so it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of upside. There's a lot of upside, yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Please give a hand of applause.
Thank you all.
For Ruth. Thank you. Thank you. Over.
Thank you so much to Ruth and to Alessandra. Look, I'm the only thing that stands between you and a cocktail, so I'll keep this really, really brief. We've covered a lot. We're going to build on that tomorrow. We're going to be back here in this room at 9 in the morning. Lots there. Lazard and BNY CEOs, some foreign ministers, the president of the NYSE, and lots more. So we'll see you here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go and enjoy your cocktail. Thanks very much.